Continuing reading. The authoritarian economy. An economy completely founded on technique cannot be a liberal economy. This is not entirely the same as the preceding idea. Technique is, in reality, opposed to liberalism, a social form which is unable to absorb and utilize modern techniques. It seems clear that economic liberalism is not in itself a technique. In fact, the attitude represented by laissez-faire, however much mitigated it may have become, is a renunciation of the use of techniques. Techniques suppose conscious human action, not abstention from action. When liberalism requires men to put their trust in the obscure alchemy of certain natural laws, it in effect restrains them from making use of the technical means at their disposal. These means permit men to intervene in the order of nature, to adjust its laws to their purposes, and to exploit them as in the physical order. They also permit intervention that would appear to contradict natural laws and modify the order of nature. It is clear, then, that they are not really laws at all. In view of this, technique does not accord these non-existent laws the respect recommended by liberalism. Therefore, when technique develops, both the liberal attitude and its doctrine become impossible. I have posed the problem at its most acute by placing it at the point of contact between liberalism and the economic techniques of intervention, which are the very negation of liberalism. But my thesis is just as true for the simple techniques of production which influence the economy. As I have already shown, every mechanical technique supposes a corresponding organization, and organization is the diametrical opposite of free enterprise, and the organizational state of mind is the diametrical opposite of the liberal state of mind. It will doubtless be pointed out, by way of refutation, that production techniques were developed during the ascendancy of liberalism, which furnished a favorable climate for their development and understood perfectly how to use them. But this is no counter-argument. The simple fact is that liberalism permitted the development of its executioner, exactly as in a healthy tissue, a constituent cell may proliferate and give rise to a fatal cancer. A constituent cell, The healthy body represented the necessary condition for the cancer, but there was no contradiction between the two. The same relation holds between technique and economic liberalism. Here, then, is the locus of the conflict between technique and the liberal economy, which Younger, among others, has studied. Technique is inevitably opposed to the liberal economy because the end of technique is efficiency and rationality, and the end of liberalism is money, profit. Technique requires of the liberal economy non-profitable decisions and risks. For example, when expensive new machines are developed before the old ones have been amortized, the industrialist is forced to liquidate the old machines, or he runs the risk of being eliminated from the market. This conflict holds good on all levels. When the state controls the economy, it faces similar problems, but such problems affect every economy. In this perspective, planning is criticized as wasteful, yet the The very criticism shows that the liberal mentality is still in force. Even in a capitalist context, however, judgments concerning wastefulness are modified with time and according to the sector. In a report, the ILO has compared ordinary mechanization with the mechanization of offices. The mechanization of labor in offices will often, against standard practice, be considered justified from the viewpoint of profits, even if it increases the expenses of the office. This is the case when mechanization increases the yield of the productive unit of which the office forms the administrative section. But even taking into consideration such partial exceptions, it remains true that conflict between technique and the liberal economy is inevitable because the liberal economy is essentially based on profit. It does not exist without profit. To a planned economy, however, profit is not the highest value. Certainly, the planned economy does not
Rog,
neglect
why do you
the profit
hate God?
motive completely, but profit represents only one
Rog, why do you
element
hate God?
in its calculations.
Hello?
The principal criterion of the planned economy
Why do you hate God?
is rationality or efficiency. In a word, technique. Why does George hate God?
I don't know. You lost me on that one.
In the conflict between technique and the liberal economy, technique is the totality of methods rationally arrived at for a given stage of human development that have absolute efficiency in every field of human activity. In the conflict between technique and the liberal economy, technique, then, is victorious over the liberal economy and bends it to its laws. The process is furthered, as I have shown, by the fact that the liberal economy, insofar as it is thought out, itself becomes technique. The unity between economy and technique is thus restored, but liberalism is eliminated. Economists may seek to justify this by speaking of public service or the common good, but such talk represents no more than a justification, a posteriori, an ideological smokescreen. It is, as such, not without value, but it is not comparable in importance with the major fact of technical invasion. Liberalism is softened and progressively eclipsed in direct proportion to the growth and imposition of techniques. The relation between the degradation of liberalism and the development of these techniques is unavoidable. The oft-heard assertion that liberalism is capable of production, but incapable of distribution represents the broadest view of the matter. How is it that liberalism is capable of producing? The answer is that in free enterprise, production is not part of the liberal framework. It is, rather, subject to extensive planning, and it could not well be otherwise. What is specifically liberal is the passage of consumer goods and their distribution in the various consumer sectors. And it is precisely the distributive process which works so poorly and which is constantly being hampered, since technique throws such enormous unmeasured quantities of ill-considered products onto the market. The same is true of the tendency toward monopolies and trusts. In all sectors of the economy, this tendency is the plague and the destruction of liberalism. It ends either in a straightforward monopoly with no competitive freedom, whether the monopoly is private or of the state, The result of the contest between state control and liberalism is the same, or monopolistic competition, which is no less ruinous than outright monopoly because of the waste it causes. It is technique alone, in two different aspects, which gives rise to these facts. First, financial techniques are encouraged, which permit the establishment of institutions such as trusts and concerns. This would be unthinkable without a prodigious development of means, and assure the flexibility of these institutions on the level of banks and stock exchanges. Second, competition is encouraged, which, when it becomes established among several enterprises under a liberal regime, is in reality a competition of techniques in the microeconomic phase. To the extent that techniques remain static, different enterprises are able to exist side by side, each with its own clientele for its own products. Some of the enterprises may be powerful and some weak, but the weak ones are nonetheless still able to subsist. It is not magnitude of enterprise which destroys the equilibrium, but technical progress. The moment an enterprise applies new procedures, for example, new public relations techniques, machines that increase yield and decrease unit cost, business organization that makes labor more efficient, financial modalities that assure greater stability, it finds that these technical elements give it an advantage over its competitors and allow it to eliminate or absorb them. Competition is thus an incitement to such technical progress as will bring victory over the competitor. This means that competition tends to destroy liberalism. It will be objected that competition does not destroy the liberal economy completely because all the competitors will adopt technical development. In practice, certain sectors of the economy are completely monopolistic. In reply to the objection, I reiterate that technique engenders itself and that anyone who succeeds in making a head start in the technical domain increases his advantage without limit. For these reasons, I am unable to agree completely with Vincent's position. For Vincent, as for me, technique and liberalism are incompatible, but it seems his reasoning does not take account of all the facts. Vincent's thesis can be summarized as follows. How will the advantage of technical progress be divided in a pure liberal regime, supposing perfect competition and non-intervention of the state? It is clear that in this hypothetical case, the producers who have achieved technical progress would not be able to benefit from it, since, by hypothesis, competitors will arise to bring sales price to the level of decreased cost price. We conclude that only the consumer would be in a position to benefit from technical progress. This implies an unexpected conclusion. Since progress would bring no special advantage, no one could be expected to want or seek it. The affirmation is inescapable that pure liberalism is the affirmation is inescapable that pure liberalism in essence compels stagnation. That's pretty interesting. Competition destroys liberalism. I want to read this again. The moment that an enterprise applies to new competition is thus an incitement to such technical progress as will bring victory over the competitor. This means that competition tends to destroy liberalism. It finds that these technical elements give it advantage over This way of putting the problem is rather hypothetical and abstract. Vincent himself admits it. But even so, the reasoning is not convincing in itself. It is too easy to reply, and the liberals will not fail to do so, that the application of such Simon pure liberalism has never been an issue. What is important to liberals is a liberalism adapted to economic conditions and then stabilized. This liberalism would permit technical progress. Vincent's arguments are convincing only in regard to one side of the following dilemma. Either liberalism remains true to itself and is forced to challenge technical progress according to the arguments given above, or it adopts technical progress and is obliged to repudiate itself. But the first alternative, that is, to stabilize the limitations of liberalism, is impossible. The second alternative will be the actual issue. The more technical progress advances, the more constricted will be the role of liberalism. What is liberalism? Economic liberalism. Is that basically like capitalism? Economic liberal. Economic liberalism is a political and economic ideology based on strong support for an individualist market economy and private property. It means in the means of production. Private property in the means of production. An economy that is managed according to these precepts may be described as a liberal capitalism or a liberal. Yeah, it's like capital. Okay. Where the hell was I? Oh. Could we not pass between the horns of the dilemma by means of the less and less likely possibility of competition? Wait a minute. So he says that competition destroys capitalism? It will be objected that competition does not destroy the capitalist economy completely because all the competitors will adopt technical development. In reply to the objection, I reiterate that technique engenders itself. So technique takes on a life of its own, and that anyone who succeeds in making a head start in the technical domain increases his advantage without limit, because the advantage takes on a life of its own, and like, okay. So then you'll become like a monopoly. Is that what he's saying? I think he's saying that. Like, the capitalist economy will become a monopoly. So, if it's a monopoly, then competition would destroy the monopoly. Okay. I think that's what he's saying. Could we not pass between the horns of the dilemma by means of the less and less likely possibility of competition? Just as technical progress never attains the absolute, so freedom of competition will doubtless never disappear absolutely. But there is a point at which it is no longer possible to speak of liberalism. In the most authoritarian regime, some freedom remains. It is nonetheless an authoritarian regime. The perspective changes depending on the time and the psychology. The point at which we stop saying liberalism and say controlled economy also varies. But the process cannot be checked. No personal choice is possible. Certainly, it is not that a strict automatism comes into play. To clench the system and complete the process, human decision and intervention are necessary. It might nevertheless be objected that economic laws have existence insofar as they are understood, that a choice is possible between technical intervention and a return to the free operation of economic laws. Unfortunately, illusions and hopes are more tenacious than realistic considerations. When technical progress intervenes, it modifies not only the application of economic laws, but also the essence of the laws. We may consider this in two ways. First, economic laws are not eternal like the laws received by Moses on Mount Sinai. Our economic laws are valid only for a certain type or form of economy. When technical progress occurs, it is integrated into the economic system, not as a foreign element, but organically. Technical progress is a part of the essence of an economic system, not a mere accidental event. When some chemical substance changes the metabolism of a body, the result is a new situation which follows certain laws that did not hold for the preceding situations. The chemist studies a new combination from which he must extract new laws. When the facts change, the constants as well as the laws are modified. Second, even if we insist on making value judgments, on declaring a certain state to be normal and the laws that control it alone to be just, in other words, we want economic laws to be as rigorous and eternal as the laws of physics. The situation does not change. The laws of physics are known to be relative. The laws of microphysics in force today are not the laws we learned from our school books. The situation is exactly the same in economics. A change of scale is not merely a change of magnitude. It is a modification of nature. In fact, technique has modified the scale of human economy, and the laws that held for the average economic system at the beginning of the 19th century no longer apply in the new scale of the economy we know today. Liberalism is only conceivable if technical progress is choked off so that the system remains at a fixed stage of equilibrium and of middling force. The autonomy between liberalism and technique is further accentuated when we consider that technique can give rise to nothing but a mass economy. We refer here not only to the fact that the expanding and developing economy embraces an ever-increasing number of human individuals and that demographic growth requires such an expansion. Here we are not using the word mass in some sense of great numbers, but in the usual sociological sense of the mass opposed to community. It is recognized that our civilization is becoming a mass civilization, but we generally neglect the twofold fact that technique is one of the important factors of this massification, and that economy takes from it a particular form. Technique makes the economy a mass economy. That is to say, the economy taken as a whole, to which we give the name macroeconomy. This hypothesis is necessary in order to account for the free play of economic techniques. Economic problems must be posed in global terms, in terms of global income, global employment, global demand, and so on. This global macroeconomic conception corresponds to mass society, which is extremely differentiated, as we know. Just as technique breaks down the barriers between economic sectors, so as an economy based on technique tends to burst asunder the traditional sociological frameworks. The macroeconomy is only a framework and an element of an economic technique. It is indifferent to free enterprise and to the concept of a nation, which it destroys not voluntarily, but indirectly. It has no personal, private goal. It does not seek at all to modify a given social or economic reality. Nevertheless, the breakdown of all traditional particularisms occurs in economics, as I have already described. The result of the macroeconomic method, to the degree that it proves itself efficient, will be to smooth out economic contradictions and to encompass within the artificial what previously belonged to the natural. To the degree that macroeconomics brings us to think in global and statistical terms, it leads to the suppression of the causes of fractionation. For example, national frontiers. The macroeconomic movement toward universalism will be stronger the more it is reinforced by other convergent factors. The first step is the constitution of an intercontinental economy, which technique, in any case, renders inevitable for other reasons. The movement toward an intercontinental economy leads to a mass economy. I gotta get my laundry out. I'll be back later. After 5 minutes.
Like I said, you're very fast, Argon.
You mind if we hear some tunes?
Hey, that'll work. You got any Christmas music?
This is Christmas music.
It was December 24th on Hollis Avenue, the dark. When I seen a man chilling with his dog at the park. I approached the man.
Secret headquarters of the Army of the 12 Monkeys.
Oh my God, a ill reindeer. My man, I was ill because the man had a beard.
Main terrorists in the world, and I gotta kill one with feet smaller than my sister.
And then the man was gone. But he must have dropped his wallet back dead on the
Have a Merry Christmas.
pause. Took out the lights and then it cold said Santa Claus. $1 million in it cold, hundreds of G's. Enough to buy a boat magic clothes.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
Tree was a letter from Santa and a dose for me.
Murder on television. Hell of a start for Christmas week.
Christmas time in Hollis, Queens. Mom's cooking chicken and collard greens. Rice and stuffing macaroni and cheese. And Santa put gifts under Christmas trees.
We're on the same goddamn grid. We're hot.
With lights at night. Snow's on the ground, snow white so bright. In the fireplace is the Yule.
You'll never understand me, but I'll try once and then give it up.
Swell.
See the man with Bogart's face. He's the one who'll take your case. He's a special kind of
I didn't catch your name.
Borscht.
Once again,
Borscht. Elsa Borscht. Did anyone ever tell you you look
a
like...
detective?
You do look like Bogart.
Who the hell are you? Where's Elsa?
Well, Sam, this is a friend of mine.
I'd like to hear it, Hal. Sing it for me.
It's called Daisy.
Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. At lovers' perjuries they say Jove laughs.
Dust to dust, so we leave for good.
And in this borrowed likeness of shrunk death, thou shalt continue 42 hours, and then awake, as from a pleasant sleep.
Jess, I want us to have a baby.
Peter, I can't.
Oh, Christ, Jess.
There's not someone there.
Can I have your attention, Gotham City? It is time for tonight's lighting of the tree.
I had a way then, losing it all on my own.
This happened when?
A day after Christmas.
But the queen has been overthrown, and I'm not sleeping now. The dark is too hard to beat, and I'm not keeping now the strength I need to push me. You show the lights that stop me.
There was light all over the place.
You shine it when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be strong, dreaming when they're gone, 'cause they're calling, calling, calling me home, calling, calling, calling home. You show the lights that stop me, turn to stone. You shine it when I'm alone.
Will you welcome, please, Gotham's own Santa Claus, Mike?
Santa Claus, afraid not. I wish I could hand out world peace and unconditional love.
Oh, but you can. Oh, but you will.
We prefer to be called elves, if you don't mind. I'm the light in the city.
Little people with big eyes.
Yeah, but that's why little people sent you. They knew that. It's like magic.
I don't believe in little floating people, okay? There is no magic.
But you're still gonna help me, Jack.
And I grow so weary of the sound of screams. And I, Jack, the Pumpkin King,
Nice tree.
of the same
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
Woke up this morning with the sun down, shining in it.
Merry Christmas, pretty lady!
I found my mind in a brown paper bag, but then I tripped on a cloud and fell 8 miles high. Pulled my mind on a jagged sky. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition.
Okay, sir, you're a Lebowski, I'm a Lebowski. That's terrific.
Oh yeah, what condition my condition was in.
You're cute.
The general will see you now.
My soul in a deep dark hole, and then I followed it in. I watched myself crawling out as I was crawling in. I got up so tight I couldn't unwind. I saw so much, I broke my mind. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
Crippled, paralyzed in both legs. Without the use of my leg. So, Cook.
Yeah.
What do you want for Christmas, man?
An iPad.
Really?
No, me kidding. A cookie.
You really are Santa Claus, ain't you?
Yes. But I still don't know who you are.
Joe, I'm Joe.
I got him. Nice to meet you, Joe.
Joe. Look, as the shoppers run home with their treasures.
Hear the snow crunch.
See the kids bunch.
This is Santa's big scene.
Can they do anything you want?
Oh, yes. Well, anything except the super duper looper. Silver bell.
Boink, 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 boink.
Silver bell.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
It's Christmas time in the city. I've been trying for years. Well, maybe tonight's the night. Come on, Donner.
Ding, ding.
Soon it will be Christmas Day. Silver bells.
Silver bells.
Silver bells.
Silver bells.
Soon it will be Christmas Day.
Deja vu. I don't know where, but I've seen this view before.
Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love again. If
Super duper looper.
next year, Santa, tell me
Dispatch. I'm on my way.
cause I can't give it all away if he won't be here next year. Feeling Christmas all around and trying to
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho.
The kids under the mistletoe.
When the planes hit the Twin Towers, as far as I know, none of the phone calls from the people on board were messages of hate or revenge. They were all messages of love. If you look for it, I've got a sneaky feeling you'll find that love actually is all around.
I'll just be hanging around the mistletoe, hoping to be kissed.
Really?
Honors to make your acquaintance.
I want to congratulate each and every one of you for making this one of the greatest years in the history of the Nakatomi Corporation.
Mayday, mayday. Anyone copying Channel 9? Terrorists have seized the Nakatomi building.
One and all, and wish wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Got invited to the Christmas party by mistake.
Right, the Christmas party, not my favorite night of the year.
On your feet, everyone, to the roof.
Hey, look, there's a gorilla climbing up on that big building.
That's all right, Donner boy. We'll get it next time.
Stand up. There you go. You were dreaming.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Alright. All left. Santa, tell me, are you really there? Santa, tell me, are you really there? Next year. Okay. The macroeconomic movement towards universalism will be stronger the more it is reinforced by the other convergent factors. The first step is the constitution of an intercontinental economy. I forget where I was. A second characteristic of this massification is summarized in Sartre's profound remark that statistics can never be dialectics. What is a dialectic? Isn't that like a... it's when like it's either true or false? Inquiry into... is a discourse between two or more points of holding different points of view. It's a discourse about a subject, but wishing to establish the truth through reasoned argumentation. Okay. Sartre's profound remark that statistics can never be dialectics. There is an opposition, even a mutual exclusion, between statistics and dialectics. They differ not merely in their mode. Wait a second, but people use statistics to justify their dialectics. They differ not merely in their mode of explaining, but also in their very mode of apprehending the world and action. Statistics is necessarily an what is this word?
Univocal.
Univocal. More than one meaning, ambiguous, univocal. Statistics is necessarily a univocal method that expresses an aspect of reality which is uncombinable with any other, except other statistics, and which cannot tolerate contradiction or evolutionary development. Statistics conceives evolution only in its formal aspect, fastening on its strictly numerical element and proceeding discretely along the number continuum which it connects by extrapolation. It sets up this linear formulation as the very essence of evolution, but it is incapable of grasping in any degree the internal and continuous mechanism of evolution and the interplay of negations involved in the affirmations. Statistics and every technique can proceed only by affirmation, by exclusion of negations, refusal and destruction. It implies and prescribes a logical evolution, but not a dialectic evolution. An economics founded on this method is of necessity anti-dialectical. It is one of the profound betrayals of Marxism on the part of modern communism. Interesting. Page 206. Let's see here. I'm going to make a note of that. Text.
Oh, you Muslim now, P-Mars?
No, are you?
Yeah, man, 100%.
I'm a Christian.
Why are you chilling out here in Dawa? You waiting for a Muslim? You trying to like pounce on some Muslim? Seems really disingenuous.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm reading.
You're reading just by yourself in Dawa?
Yes.
What are you reading?
The Technological Society.
Well, I'll leave you to that. I just was curious why you were in Dawa. I was curious if you converted.
Mm-hmm. You ever read this book?
I have not. Who's it by?
Jacques Ellul.
No. Can you send me the name and stuff?
Yeah.
I've been actually trying to buy some stuff. What's it about?
It's like, I guess it's a sociology book.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not a strong point of mine.
Kind of like, well, he calls it technique. Kind of like the impact of technology and science on society. But it's more than that. It's well, he describes technique. Here, I'll read the back of it. The Technological Society is one of the most important books of the second half of the 20th century. In it, Jacques Ellul convincingly demonstrates that technology, which we continue to conceptualize as the servant of man, will overthrow everything that prevents the internal logic of its development, including humanity itself, unless we take the necessary steps to move human society out of the environment that technique is creating to meet its own needs. So it's this idea that like technique has taken on its life of its own, and what was originally, created to make our lives better or serve humans is now enslaving us, and we will become subject to it. Well, I think it's already too late. But
yeah, I'm looking at the Wikipedia summary. Argues modern society is being dominated by technique, which he defines as a series of means that are established to achieve an end. Technique is ultimately focused on the concept of efficiency. The term technique is to be comprehended in its broadest possible meaning, as it touches upon virtually all areas of life, including science, automation, but politics and human relations as well. That's interesting. Yeah, I have like really no like understanding in that kind of sociology perspective with philosophy, so that'd be interesting to read.
I think he's a really interesting thinker. I guess I'm really like into him. I want to read all of his books.
Yeah, I would say I'm familiar with him. At least I've heard the name, but I'm not like actually familiar with his work.
Like in this section, he was just reading something. He was just talking. I was just reading. He was talking about the economy, and he said something I thought was kind of interesting, that competition destroys capitalism. You know, like I always thought like capitalism was promoted competition, but he says the opposite. Like he has interesting ideas like that go against the grain of what like common people think. So I like that kind of it's a perspective I don't hear often, I guess.
He's a Christian anarchist.
Yeah, that's what I am.
It's interesting.
He's pretty much just a Protestant, but he just thinks that like Jesus was against human hierarchy, I suppose, like governments, and he cites how like the early church was against the Roman government.
That he did not seek to eliminate modern technology or technique, but sought to change our perception of modern technology and technique to that of that of a tool rather than the regulator of status quo. It's interesting. Yeah, it's like just the surface level things I'm looking at. It seems like he is a very unique view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I kind of identify with him, I guess, because I like to think outside the box. So when I was reading a lot of his stuff, he was like saying things that I always thought my whole life, and like not a lot of other people would agree with. So it made me feel less lonely just reading his books. Like here he's saying something that's really interesting. Like here he was just saying Sartre said statistics can never be dialectics, right? But like every time you fucking argue with someone, they use statistics to support their dialectic. He says there is an opposition, even a mutual exclusion between statistics and dialectics. They differ not merely in their mode of explaining, but also in their very mode of apprehending the world in action. Statistics is necessarily is necessarily an ambiguous method that expresses an aspect of reality which is uncombinable with any other except other statistics, and which cannot tolerate contradiction or evolutionary development. Statistics conceives evolution only in its formal aspect, fastening on its strictly numerical element and proceeding discretely along the number continuum which it connects by extrapolation. It sets up this linear formation as is the very essence of evolution, but it is incapable of grasping in any degree the internal and continuous mechanism of evolution and the interplay of negations involved in the affirmations. Statistics can proceed only by affirmation, by exclusion of negations, refusal, and destruction. It implies and prescribes a logical evolution, but not a dialectic evolution. An economics founded on this method is of necessity anti-dialectical. It is one of the profound betrayals of Marxism on the part of modern communism. I thought that was interesting. I fucking hate statistics, dude. I'm gonna fucking quote this shit when people bring up statistics.
I'm interested in reading about him because I'm just looking at some surface level stuff, and he's got some very unique views, that's for sure. The way he breaks down, I don't know what he has like a views on like forms of idealism I've never even heard of. I don't even know what it is. Revolutionary idealism, generous idealism, pacifist idealism, Christian idealism. I mean, one of the four I'm familiar with. Yeah. I'm not even sure how to digest that on a surface level.
A lot of the shit I'm reading
Univocal.
is going over my head, but I don't know, maybe I'll just like keep reading it until I figure shit out, I guess.
Well, he's French, so I'm wondering, like, is everything you read obviously is in English, translated, presumably.
There could be something lost in translation, I suppose.
I was thinking, oh, I wonder, because just in philosophy in general, you just have interpretation of the work.
Plus, the book's written like 1970, so like, I don't know what the world was like back then, like politics were like, or what, so that also kind of makes it hard.
Sure. Yeah, politics is not. You won't ever hear me in politics and religion debating politics. That's not something I'm.
No, I'm not interested in that. But like in this book, he'll mention like, he'll give examples.
Well, I like learning about it.
Stuff. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't like listening to some slave's opinion on it.
Sure. Yeah, I have kind of a similar opinion of like I don't really want to hear a second opinion. It always feels the same way when like and maybe you won't relate to this, but like when a religious person is telling me about their belief, it's like I get that you bought into it, but that's not like that alone, that's not going to convince me. I need independent like reasons here.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a bit different than that. But...
Christian anarchism is pretty interesting, but that's kind of the only reason I'm like actually was even interested in looking at it. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, I always thought Christianity was about like controlling people and like slavery and stuff, but then like he has this concept of it where it's really liberating and it's about freedom. And I love freedom, so it got me interested.
Well, I just put that book in my cart on Amazon.
Are you a slave to Christ, P. Mars?
Yes, but Christ represents freedom, so I'm a slave to freedom.
Freedom from what?
Freedom from the bondage of sin.
Amen, brother.
God is basically the source of free will, and sin robs us of our free will.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
Free will. That's an idol, dude. You're worshiping an idol. You're not worshiping God there.
Ooh.
God, well, to me, God is love, right? And
how do you worship the ability to choose? Well, I guess how
I could tell you how.
That out. I was gonna say, I guess I could. As soon as I spoke, I was like, I guess I know how a Christian would cash that out.
Yeah. Well, here's one way. You give yourself an ability that God does not have. That would be one way to do it.
What? So like being like good?
What?
I said, so like being good?
So like, let's say you believe that you chose your own salvation, but God didn't choose that you would be saved, but you chose.
Yeah, but isn't salvation normative? I don't know. Like, what does that mean?
That means that you would like end up in heaven rather than ending up in hell.
No, salvation means that your debt for your sins has been paid.
That's included in salvation. I mean,
so it's normative, right?
The thing with salvation is like the biblical authors don't use that term in the same way. But yeah, definitely having your sin debt paid is like part of it. It's like the first part of it.
I don't think salvation means you go to heaven.
Yeah, we're already on a really rocky start if like a core tenet here has issues in terms of interpretation.
Well,
I think everyone has salvation, but not everyone gets eternal life.
Yeah, but we have the issue of like the analytic definition of salvation right now is the problem.
Yeah, I mean salvation, the typology in the Bible of salvation is like entering into the promised land from the Egyptian captivity. Like this is what the New Testament authors say over and over again. And it says like there were some people that were on that path, but they actually didn't enter into God's rest, i.e. the new homeland. So I take salvation to be a picture of like being freed from Egypt, i.e. sin, and then
Well, how do we adjudicate it from what you take and what actual God's intentions are?
Well, I think it's a biblically faithful way to. I think it's faithful to the picture that the biblical authors are writing. But
well, sure, but like if another Christian just like disagreed with you, like how do you adjudicate who's in accord with God's intentions?
I guess we go to the scripture and just be clear on what we mean. Like,
no, but that's the problem. That's what we're doing. We're looking at the scripture and we're both going, okay, how do we actually? Who has the substance?
Yeah, I mean it's not a problem. We were successful at it until you started like screaming that we have some unsolvable problem.
Well, no, so I'm more so like my issue is it seems like you just start from the fact alone of whatever your interpretive principle is, and my issue is like if a Christian disagrees with you, which is obviously the case, right?
On the interpretive principle or on the conclusion?
Either. I mean, well, you're going to start with the interpretive principle, right? And then that's gonna make a derivation to your conclusion.
Well, if they disagree on the conclusion, but we share the same interpretive principle, then there's no problem. We can just like.
Well, no, but I'm questioning the fact that people do have different interpretive. My issue is that okay, you read the scripture, I read the scripture, right? Like, and then.
Are you a Christian, dude?
No, I'm not.
All right, shut up, dude. So, P. Mars,
do
you agree with me that the
so you don't actually like care about adjudicating like the actual intention of God?
This is so crazy because that's what we're in the middle of doing. And then you're like, why don't you do the thing that you're doing? I'm like, we're trying to, dude.
Well, I know, but so we don't have access to God, so I'm curious how we can decipher His utterances.
Yes, we do, dude. Yes, we do. He gave us His word. Okay.
I know, but my problem is okay. Hold on, real fast, Grug. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to raise an issue that maybe you can help me be a Christian because this is a serious issue that I have, right? So if it's the case that you start from some interpretive principle and someone else starts from one, like even if like the Holy Spirit told you and then the Holy Spirit told them, like we would still have a difficulty adjudicating it because one, it's either the Holy Spirit doesn't exist or the Holy Spirit's deceptive because it told one of you a lie or presumably both of you a lie. And so my question is like, what is the actual independent?
Look, there's not even any reason why the Holy Spirit can't lead people to do two different understandings of something to accomplish two different purposes through them. Like,
yeah, but if it's contradictory in nature, presumably you hold to classical. Presumably you hold to classical
logic.
What
is a contradiction? Can you tell me what a contradiction is?
Yeah.
What does it mean for something to be a contradiction?
Yeah, for like P and then the antithetical view of P, which would be not P, right?
In what relation to one another?
Why are you a God hater?
I'm not a God hater. I love God. So
Okay,
the point is, it's not a contradiction if it's two different people.
Why are you a God hater?
I'm not a God hater.
Hello. Grug, why are you God hater?
I'm not a God hater. I love God.
George, seriously. Hold on one second. If it's the case that if an interpretation that you have is like P, okay, and then the person just goes, yeah, it's not that thing, right? And the Holy Spirit told you that it's that thing and then not that thing,
okay,
right? That can't be true.
Is the Holy Spirit
in virtue of non-contradiction?
It's A and not A in the same way at the same time, right? That's what a contradiction is.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It can't be the
So if the
negation of
Holy
the proposition
Spirit
and the proposition.
If the Holy Spirit is talking to two different people, is that the same way?
If the Holy Spirit's telling you A and then the Holy Spirit told the other person not A, the Holy Spirit is lying to one of you, or
How do you know
maybe
that?
both. Maybe both of you, because maybe it's not A at all. Right.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. Again, it can be A and it can be not A for different people at different times,
No, it
depending
can't.
on the proposition. Sure.
Are you a dialetheist?
No.
Okay, then it can't be.
Sure it can be, because it's not in the same way at the same time. It's in different ways in different times. So if the Holy Spirit tells me, hey, the right thing to do is to never lie, okay, and the Holy Spirit tells P-Mars, hey dude, because this lie is going to save somebody's life, you do it. That's A and not A in different ways at different times to accomplish God's purposes.
Look, okay, so
do you agree or disagree?
Well, we got to track with what my criticism was it was scripture, not what the Holy Spirit tells you.
Okay, now you're moving the goalpost.
No,
let me make it applicable to the goalpost shift that you're doing now. No, listen.
I'm not going to let you because my question had to do with the interpretive
I
principle.
understand it had to do with the interpretation of the
some
scripture.
Random thing
not some
that
random thing that the Holy Spirit reveals to you. Got it.
Yes.
So when it
go
comes
ahead and actually address the
I
criticism.
am,
not
dude.
make something else up.
What in the hell is
the
your
thing you
accuse
accuse me of is the fucking thing you just did.
Excuse me, hello.
Alright. The movement of masses is likewise ambiguous and anti-dialectical. The interested reader is referred to Rewald's L'Esprit des Masses. There is therefore a fixed connection between statistics and the economics of mass society. But only opposition exists between statistics and organic society. The life of an organic dialectic society cannot be completely enclosed in a technical operation like statistics. Statistics even implies a mass society. Economically, this technical operation presupposes that all members of society participate privately and without concern for the whole in the economic system that techniques progressively elaborate. It is only that everyone is inescapably a consumer and producer, and as such participates in economic life. More important, all members of society, not each member, are integrated in the mass into a pre-established system. It is the facts of all and pre-established required by the use of technique which involve the mass. The all is involved because technique yields results and demands efforts to such a degree that no individual can remain outside. But if technique demands the participation of everybody, this means that the individual is reduced to a few essential functions which make him a mass man. He remains free, but he can no longer escape being a part of the mass. Technical expansion requires the wildest possible domain. In the near future, not even the whole earth may be sufficient. The pre-established is involved because technique has its laws and its motives, which I have already outlined, and fashions the frameworks that are most auspicious to it. We are experiencing this in the modern world. Despite the preoccupations of humanists, economists, the economic mechanism tends to become stricter, adhering to reality through its technique, but at the same time absorbing it. Men must enter into a pre-established framework. Technique cannot act otherwise than to pre-establish them too. If it did not act so, it would not even exist itself. We now see why the social complex, on contact with technique, becomes mass rather than a community or an organism. Technique demands for its development malleable human ensembles. We have already encountered this characteristic in our discussion of technical expansion, and we find it again in a very typical way in our study of the influence of technique on the economy. The economy, orientated in this direction, supposes mobile masses of men available to needs which are simultaneously economic and technical. Every undertaking involving a real community is necessarily anti-technical on the economic level, not only because it is relatively static, but because of its particularism. If genuine communities were to develop, no further economic technique would be possible. I am, of course, speaking here of true communities, not of counterfeit communities such as the corporations have represented since 1935. We conclude, then, that the social form most auspicious to economic technique is the mass. In this form, the calculus of probabilities and planning both have free play. Alright, we're done with that subchapter. Nearing the end of the actual chapter. I'll pick up some more later. Kind of feel like listening to some Alan Watt, and it makes also.
Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 28th of February 2021. And as always, I hope you're all hanging in there and not hanging from trees, because certainly people are getting awfully depressed by this lockdown. Nothing that wasn't predicted in the plans of it all many, many years ago when they talked about their pandemic exercises, and all the present co-conspirators, you might say, who are involved in it, were involved in all the planning stages of previous tests of it as well, including how to keep the people locked down and what to expect with lockdowns and pushback, etc., and how they'd have to go after individuals who would be putting out information against lockdowns or even vaccinations, and how to not to challenge their big groups right on, dead on, you see. It's much easier to knock them off one at a time, basically, by different means of deplatforming or whatever it happens to be, just to stop them from putting out information. This was all written out in their plans for pandemics, and you find it in the section put out by the Rockefeller Foundation in 2010, the section called Lockstep, to do with innovations for the future and so on. You find Lockstep in it, and Lockstep goes through the lockdowns, you know, in a pandemic. All the stuff that we've heard since with even Event 201 and CladX, etc. All the same things, the same people over and over again, same group, same pyramid of groups, really, the capstone at the top, you might say, because they all get their orders from something above themselves, obviously, when they're all on board with the same agenda worldwide at the same time, in every country pretty well. But they said in the Lockstep that they would keep pushing for more and more, to take more and more rights from the public, because this is to achieve a much bigger goal than anything to do with any pandemic. Is to bring in the great global reset, as Mr. Schwab has prattled on about in his books and so on, about bringing a new society. And you've got to have a wartime scenario. He calls it a wartime scenario himself. He said that in some little video clips. That's how he sees it. That's how it's planned to be. And it is, because out of a wartime scenario, you have a different society at the end of the war. In fact, if you have competing or conflicting parties fighting each other in wartime, both countries, or more countries, all the conflicting parties are changed forever, basically. So his plan changed to come out of this whole idea of using a pandemic to bring it about, not just a financial reset, but it's a complete reworking of money, or even what you think of money. It's energy, it's technocracy, where energy units are represented by tokens, or money if you want to call it that. It's all the same thing really, isn't it? And you'll have a different way of living. It'll be a vastly reduced population eventually, including what they've said since the last 100 years, that they should really issue licenses for those who should be allowed to have children. They even had articles years ago when I did the talks on radio about giving special privileges to those who served the system better, top civil servants and so on, who really worked for this global society, this world-type governance system, and how they could literally give it as a reward, where they could let you pass your genes on to another generation. I'm not kidding you. This is from the top, eh? And if you think you're in a madhouse, well, you are really in a madhouse, but a very clever madhouse, because the mad ones at the top, the godlike ones, just really believe in what they're doing, and they truly believe as well that they have the right to do with the planet and everybody in it as they see fit. They really truly believe. They even teach it in certain university courses now to do with forms of behaviorism and eugenics, all combined into bioethics. So it's quite interesting to see that you're in the science fiction movie at last. You see, you're actually in it, and you're watching the players come out openly and tell you how it's going to be. Not asking you how you like it. No, they're telling you how it's going to be, whether you like it or not. And they have many, many different techniques to do it. The professional persuaders, again, come out from different universities. He went taught behaviorism and psychology and public relations, and who even are taught all the techniques of marketing ideas to you. And you have no idea. Years ago I talked about the language has always been used by those who understand the techniques of controlling your thoughts. And your thoughts that take through your brain all day are given to you by whatever media is present at the time. At one time, they often used through the churches at one time, unfortunately. But town criers were used to impart information or decrees from the king. And people would prattle on about these decrees and try to discuss them and find out what they really meant and dissect them and find out what their opinion should be on it. And that's how it was much, much easier in those days to just give out, because you didn't have TVs or radios, you see, or internet or anything like that. And so once the radio came along, these sciences really took off, using radio as a means of persuasion through propaganda. People don't realize how far ahead it was even in the 1920s and 30s, building up to World War II as an example, and how incredibly accurate it is today, to do with the uniformity of information. If you must control societies and worlds, you might say, or nations, then you must control all information, you see. But never give the impression that you control it. You simply make sure that 1,000 different points of light, as they often refer to their agendas and their NGOs and think tanks and so on, that work towards the same goals and put out the same information, but it appears to the public, oh my goodness, they can't all be the same, because there's 1,000 newspapers across the world and magazines all just, so they can't all be connected. Well, they are all connected. It's quite easy to have them all connected, especially since they're all taking information from one or two news sources. That's why they all have the same propaganda. And back in the 30s, I did the talks years ago to do with the 1930s and the 40s, where the Rockefeller Foundation actually put out surveys, did intensive surveys, and they did very accurate ones, just as the same today, If you want to do something, find all the information about it, then use that information to manipulate your ideas into reality. Make it all happen. That's why they've never been afraid to push agendas forward. They really study their victims carefully before they do it. They understand human nature, hence the incredible investigations of psychology, human behavior, and so on, by the different sciences that are involved in it. And back in the 30s, Rockefeller and his group realized they only needed about 30 or 33, again, naturally 33, right, newspapers and magazines to control all the rest. The rest of them would just copy from the 33, you see. And that's what we have today. But you also have maybe 2 real wire sources that have been popular for a long, long time. And most media, again, takes their cue from that. And you even have all these comedies for many years where they would show you the same clips of a myriad of newscasters giving out the same exact spiels per night as each other, without any variation at all getting it from the same sources. But to the average person, you understand most folk don't think about things much at all. They tune into their usual favourite newscaster at night on television, and it doesn't dawn on them that every other one, if they flick through the channels, is given the exact same news, all from the same source, obviously. And it is surprising. You would think most folk are like yourselves. For those who are awake, it's a shock at times when you're growing up to realise that most folk don't think or perceive things the way that you do, you know. And it's a shock. I mean, a real shock when you realise that they've never thought about certain things at all. They've taken so much for granted, and they're perfectly conditioned because of it. They haven't questioned much at all. And that's a natural way to be, actually, you know, a really natural way to be in some sense. If you're a truly real world where you lived in a tribe of people in a village, and the head villager that you elected had no more than you did in a simple tribal setting. But we're not in that setting anymore, and you have this incredible amount of persuaders at the top working for, and the politicians, the lackeys working for the big ones above them that put them in power. The voters don't put them in power. I don't know where you get that idea from, but it's been that way for an awful long time. Politicians are very carefully selected and screened before you even hear their names by the same source. And Carroll Quigley talked about that too, he said in the 1960s, I think his book came out, and his main book actually is well known for. He wrote other ones, which I personally think are just as valid. But Tragedy and Hope did come out, and he talked about the ones who literally, actually what he talked about was the fact that he and a squad of professors were brought in as professional persuaders to debate people who are causing ruffles in society by exposing things which governments and governmental agencies, or even the CIA, were really involved in, you know. And what they would do would bring in about 3 or 4 professors, give them a couple of days to swat up the topic, and they'd go in there in an agreed fashion to attack the person who's either putting a book out or putting out information that's exposing things that they didn't want to be known to the general public. So they would try and ridicule the person as you're a person who knows very little, really, and a little knowledge is dangerous. We professors know what we're talking about. And you defame them and smear them on television, and that would generally, as Quigley said, that would generally work. He talked about this in some videos, by the way, too, old ones years ago. And he said until at one occasion happened, he says, where one guy had come out with a book, and I think it was called None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I think that may be the one, Gary Allen. And he said this guy knew his stuff. He had done his real homework, and he says we couldn't ridicule him. You see? Now, you notice he didn't say, we couldn't show that he was wrong. Their whole technique was to ridicule. And that hasn't changed in the present day. This is how it's really always been. It's actually worse today because they've turned out much, much better characters, better trained in behaviorism and psychology and special areas of psychology. Working for the military, by the way. The military's heavily involved in all of this. That's why they turned them loose, using the PSYOP organizations with cyber warfare organizations. And it's been in the media, it's not my word for it, my opinion on it. I've read the articles from the mainstream on it, where they turned these characters loose on those in the internet media to attack them and defame them and do all kinds of dirty tricks, which they'd used across the world, across the Middle East and Syria and Egypt and different places over the past, and Iraq and so on. And it said in the newspaper, this same organizations are now being authorized to be turned loose upon the public inside their own countries. Do you realize what's going on here? And you idiots, and I have to say idiots, go out and vote all the time to keep the same system going. This is incredible. Because you have no rights, you see. You really don't have any rights at all. When your governments can collude together to change a society on behalf of bigger organizations above the governments, rather obviously so, in fact, then it truly is amazing. And when you have so much evidence for it, that you're going to go and vote for the same characters to come in again. No. The same people who do what they're told and take all your rights away from you under the guise of COVID. And to a formula from previous tabletop exercises that they had with Johns Hopkins in the past, following the exact formula of lockdown, as I say, right back to the one in 2010, Operation Lockstep. That's from the whole one part of a whole series of stuff put out under the Rockefeller Foundation back then, 2010. And in lockstep, they said they'll keep pushing and pushing and demanding, and says that's what we'll do. Because the idea is to change society forever, eh? A planned society. They know where they're going with all, and how to get it there, and how to cause as much damage as possible to the present cultural system. And they said they wouldn't stop until there was mass pushback from the general public. That's what they said back then. And that's what would have to come to stop this now. But even then, you can't just stop it. You've got to start taking back your rights then. If you don't do that, they've won already, you see. They've already got so far ahead with you, with the changes, you'll accept them. So you've got to push back for all the rights that you had, including the right to work and have your own business and all the rest of it. Got to do it. Because in this new system that they're bringing you into, you won't be able to have private businesses unless you're big international corporations. It's a very old plan. Very old plan. And you're not in the big club, as that comedian said, George Carlin. Now the thing is, you'll never get back to any kind of normalcy when they have a plan at the top. And Mr. Schwab, the James Bond villain character, is a frontman, obviously, for the big international corporations that all work under the pyramid of finance, and take their orders from those at the very, very top. It's obvious. You can't have them all on board if they're all independent corporations, which tells you they're not really all independent corporations after all. There's someone that owns most of the shares in these corporations. You always find that happens, you see. You don't need to own the big amount of shares to run the company or to tell the company what to do. And don't forget, the CEOs are generally employees. They may have some shares in it, but they're really employees of the corporation. And the corporation then serves the bigger system that brings them in, helps them, and gives them financial help that they need to get through bad times, good times, or increase their profits. They don't do it all themselves. And so you have the appearance of big successful corporations, but you've got to understand that they get big because someone chose them to be big, someone at the top, the big club, And they do that too by eliminating competition. That's how you get to have a big international corp, a monopoly basically. You eradicate competition. And of course after the different takedowns of big corporations in the past, like the Rockefellers before with their oil corporations and monopolies in so many different areas, which is a sign actually, it's like signs of a disease. When you see the same signs creeping across the world, you'll find these guys all know each other at the top in different countries, and they're doing the same thing. They take over the resources of the planet. You'll find that too in Quigley's books to an extent too. You also find it with the statements they make, the ones that represent them, like old David Rockefeller, who died, and his father before him, that said competition is a sin. He wasn't being egotistical as such and just arrogant. He was actually saying what he really believed. And the idea was to eliminate competition. They had the right, these guys like himself and an organization he belonged to, had the right to take over the world's resources. And only they could work it properly. The general public were too stupid and lower class to manage their own lives. In fact, that's what they believed. You were incapable of managing your own life. That hasn't changed. And so you'll find from old books from H.G. Wells, even before Wells actually, but H.G. Wells was rather arrogantly all for this agenda, and the same agenda that pretended it was left-wing, because they had the working class on board with them, the Fabian Society, financed by the biggest, richest folk of the era, so we're told anyway. I think there's bigger ones than them, like the Astor family. And members like Bertrand Russell, who belonged to all these different organizations, by the way, had a big hand in shaping the system you're in today, including talking and writing about the present system of changes, how they did to bring in warlike scenarios to change the system, same as Quigler. But Russell also talked about useless eaters, because he and Wells and all the rest of them were eugenicists. They believed in superior types and inferior types. The socialist leaders they created, like George Bernard Shaw, were very open about that. They had the right to choose who would live and die. We saw that in operation when the Bolsheviks took over Russia. They went right to work at that, you know. And Shaw said the same thing. You have to come to us and ask us why we should keep you alive. Your great socialist organizations. It's amazing how they can keep things quiet. And other socialist countries, they can actually paint with as a villain and make thousands of movies about them. But when you find they're all the same, really, at least the ones who run them all are connected to a higher group. They're all the same. There's dead silence. That shows you that you're actually on the right track when you begin to get that little light come on in your head. And that's how it is. Useless eaters, Bertrand Russell said. When talked about overpopulation, if you just let the people breed and all that, and H.G. Wells said it too. He says we can, what about the people, helping the people? He says, well, we can give them food and we can help them get better hygiene and so on. And what do they do? He says they breed. You know, he was so disgusted at that. It was okay for him to breed with different wives and so on over time. But you see, they belonged to the right people, that had the right genes, the right makeup. And you didn't, you see. And you find the same thing with Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood. She talked about children being weeds. That's what she called them, eh? And certain ethnic groups too. She was straightforward. Well, no one hammers her, you know. You'd think, this is the whole thing with logic. Logic has to be logical. It has to be the same. When the same circumstances are applied across the board to the same scenarios, you can't say these ones are evil and these ones are good. When that happens, there's something else at play, obviously, and people miss that all the time. But yeah, you had H.G. Wells, who was a front man, propagandist for the global society. He was all for the world wars that were coming. They knew they need a world war to change society. And he, again, I've said this before, he was the one who invented the slogans for the military to make you hate the enemy, because most folk don't hate the folk they're told to go off and kill. And so you have to demonize the enemy. Same within society under COVID. They're demonizing sections of society. Same techniques are always used before you isolate them and you deplatform them, stop them from having any speech, and then you eradicate them in one way or another, you see. Standard techniques never change. But H.G. Wells, he came out with the idea of the Hun and the Sun, beware of the Hun. So there weren't German people, no, there were Huns, you see, like the old tribal groups and so on. So you dehumanize them. They did the same with the Japanese World War II, of course, big time. But he also came up with the idea of splitting society internally. Because in World War I, at least initially, they didn't have drafting, you see. It was voluntary only. And so the propaganda was very basic but perpetual for the whole duration of the war. Go off and fight for your country. And I've said this before, years ago, if you look at the posters for the British monarchy, go off and fight for the king, you know. You'll find it's the same. They were the cousins. The Kaiser were their cousins, you know. And you'll see the same features on the posters. It doesn't matter if it was German or British, because they were all Germanic. that was a big joke of all. And you could literally change. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't know the difference who was who in the posters, because they were so closely inbred, you know. They looked so similar. Actually, the same. Their words are the same. Same with, of course, with the Tsar of Russia. And anyway, here they're telling you to go off and fight the other people, or the real Germans fighting the real British, you know. And when you think, and H.G. Wells was all for that, for the changes it would cause and societal changes, because then government takes over food and work and everything else, all the things you would do yourselves. They take all the rights from you, and you all work for the state, at least for the duration of the war. You never quite get out of it either. And the banks make a killing. The big lenders make a killing on war, you know. Guaranteed to have it returned with all this massive compound interest by the government and its tax bureaus. You know. So Wells, he came up with that Hun and the Sun, but he also internally split the people by getting arguments amongst them. That's sound stuff to get them all arguing with each other, you see, just like COVID. You getting a shot, yes or no, blah, blah, and get them all fighting each other. And Wells said to the women, you know, to the wives, if your husband doesn't go off and fight, then you should wear a white feather in your hat to show shame. And the people would see that and they'd know that it was your husband or your son you were referring to. Same with girls and fiancés, they would do the same thing to shame them, you see, to join the army and go off and fight for something that had really nothing to do with them. And no one to this day really has figured out what it's about, except the ones who caused it all, made it happen. So that was the great H.G. Wells, you know. And he lit a lot of the bag too. He did mention, even in his novels, how he would come into work and there's all this paperwork just on his desk with all these ideas. And he was telling you really how he did get it, because he was getting a lot of information from the different science departments, especially, and government and universities that were told to work with them, you know, to shape a new society. It's just astonishing that folk don't really get what you're, even in fiction, what you're portraying. It's portraying the future is planned that way. It's predictive programming to an extent. And in things to come, he shows you in one way of a war scenario, like you're in today, a COVID war, like Mr. Schwab said, WEF, World Economic Forum. It's a war-type scenario, because out of the war-type, they have a completely different society. That's why they're going to drag it on for years, you see. So they have that dragged on for years in a real war-type scenario in Wells' Things to Come. And out of it, you have the Brotherhood of the Air, a scientific Freemasonry of the air, he says, in his novel. They can keep secrets, work together, and they're international. And then their descendants are ruling the future, and you see them in the future in that movie form with the same actors that initially started off the Brotherhood of the Air, running a futuristic society with them in the top and the big sort of huge cathedral-type buildings, managing the whole societies with this discontented lot down below that had nothing to do except hobbies and so on. And were bored stiff, and the scientists kept changing society with more inventions and changing everything, change. So the ones at the top started arguing that there's just too much change, we can't adapt quick enough, and it's disruptive to our system or psychology and all that kind of stuff and culture. And that's what it's about too. So they touched on that for those in the know at the top. They give a message for themselves. And that's what the whole idea of Darwinism is adapt or die as well, you see, and eugenics. So anyway, the ones at the bottom, Bertrand Russell called the useless eaters. And if you're not essential, you're getting the point, essential, then you're classed as a useless eater. As a starting to, a little bell's gone off maybe once in a while. You know? Useless eaters. It's all connected. This isn't happenstance. It's not coincidence. It's all connected, folks. because they have given out these talks your whole life long at world meetings about useless eaters and too many of you. It's always you, not them, but it's always too many of you. You see, all their helpers think they're going to get through as well and get extra little. But again, a lot of them will be useless as well once there's nobody left to order about down below, you see. And that's where it all will end up eventually. That's some kind of something on your side to an extent. You may not get satisfaction in your lifetime, but you can be guaranteed that the ones who help it all happen, they get theirs eventually as well, because they won't need them either, you see. It's very Marxian in a sense, you know. For those who don't understand the whole concept of Marxism, which really came into this idea of communism and of Trotskyism and all these isms, you see. Anything with ism is part of the same structure. And I really mean that too, by the way. You know, it's again the same kind of pyramid and techniques that he uses as isms. And you find that in Marxism, the way that at least Lenin and then Stalin promoted Marxism was that you would get to a stage and a generation where they'd have vast changes as they slaughtered off all the previous intelligentsia and replaced them by themselves. And that's what happened in Russia, you know, and other communist countries. And then, of course, the next phase of it would be a kind of cultural revolution, which is more written about the Chinese cultural revolution, where it becomes stagnant to an extent, and those who take over become fat and comfortable, and they're the new middle class that lack nothing really, and they're equivalent to middle classes in other countries that are supposedly their enemies, and they have all the same goods, material goods, and so on at that level. And so things become inefficient because the state runs it all, and people who work for the state are guaranteed their income. You know, they don't have to be good at it. And things decline, and therefore they get a cultural revolution going, where the students are indoctrinated to turn on those who are old, including their parents, and in some cases just slaughter them, and the theory being that they're contaminated with some of the remnant ideas of the old system and from their parents. So you turn on the parents to show that you're more avant-garde than they are. And you're the next step of the phase of this religion of communism or Marxism, you see. And that's what you do. So you wipe them out, and then you're left with a radicalized group who generally stirs up trouble in the world and has to be put in its place by other nations. That's how it used to be, at least in theory. And then they start to realize, no, they couldn't take on the whole world by themselves. Then they get older and they get fat and lazy and quite happy and content as leaders, and it starts going down. And of course, then you find out that underneath all of it, you've got another group who studied them, who promoted them, in fact, and who even helped them come into being. The same group that gave you the American Revolution, and they studied that too. They called it the Great Experiments. One was the American Revolution for individual liberty and rights. Individual, you had to respect your rights. And if you didn't respect your rights and stand for them and make sure you had them, they'd be taken away from you. That was the big experiment. And if you abused your rights, then again, they'd be taken away from you, you see. And of course, you find even the founding fathers in the U.S. talked about it. Jefferson and other ones talked about if every family had a cow or two for milk at least, and some farmland, it would work well in an agricultural society if everyone had the same kind of. But once you get into the city, the city has always been the antithesis, of freedom, because a city is artificial. It survives on a hierarchy structure at the very top of the ultra rich, who live like a beehive system, and the ones all below it, a tiered system. And once you enter a city, if you're working class, you're generally trapped there for your life quite often, because you can't get out of it. The money you earn goes off to pay for rent, which is atrocious, and stuff like that. So anyway, the agricultural system, it was the only way you had some kind of freedom, and space as well, by the way, And that was always the problem down through history. Even in ancient Roman times, you had the Senate trying to take away the peasants' small holdings, agricultural societies encroaching on them to take land off them and so on. And it caused an awful lot of problems and revolutions and backlash from the peasantry. And then, of course, once you run short of food because you're taking land off the people, we've seen it all before, haven't we? In our own lifetimes, or at least your parents have, with China and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union imported most of its grain from the West in its entire existence. And again, you have the strange thing, why would you be feeding what we're told is the greatest enemy? When things don't quite mesh, there's something going on here that you're not in on, Because your own countries have used starvation across the world by starting wars, getting folk wrapped into the wars, even off the land until they're all fighting elsewhere. And you find across Africa, the starvation is caused because there's other wars going on around them. And often from the West, it's inspired by the West and funded by the West, and corporations are involved. And again, a lot of the best land is taken away from them and put under United Nations Habitat Organization, some of the best farmland, or the Sierra Club and Prince Philip's groups and so on, some of the best farmlands. That's not coincidental, because they know if you feed the people, they might be healthy and then they might breed, They talk about it, for goodness sake. They publish this stuff to their members. And somehow the people outside in the first world countries think, well, that doesn't mean us. That's the greatest thing of all, that you don't realize that, you're the first subjects to be introduced to forms of sterilization, not all at the same time to the same extent, but your number's been plummeting for a long time, and they keep publishing these quizzical results. Why is that happening, they say, Meanwhile, they can spend billions to find out all about coronaviruses and things like that. Even then, they can't tell you much about them, really. But you would think they would certainly, and they know plenty about anatomy and physiology and biology and biochemistry, but it's a big puzzle to why your sperm count's dropping. What's changed in the last 100 years? Well, has your food changed? Well, to the extent it has. But what else has changed? Has anything been introduced into your body and you're like, well, I could mention what it is, but I'd get black marks for saying it. Well, it's basic, Occam's razor, It's Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? What's changed? And believe you me, if you hit on a certain topic, alarm bells go off, you'll find out very quickly. And again, I've mentioned before that Bertrand Russell said that by means of diet, injections and injunctions, they could reduce the population and make them placid as well and obedient. Drops in IQ. The same IQ levels that the United Nations has been publishing for years. Every few years they publish the same test results in different countries across the world. And it's a big puzzle why the same tests are showing that there's a drop in the intelligence of people across the board. It's just, it's one of them things, it's a puzzle. There you go. And I guess most folk, if they bother to even read them at all, accept them as just some mystical thing, perhaps. Mystical. But there's nothing about us that's not known by the huge, huge layers upon layer upon layer of a system of observation, investigation, and analysis, and the collecting of all kinds of data on humans. There's nothing they don't know. Nothing. They actually say that, especially in their psychological warfare operations. And when they bring in anthropologists, it's astonishing. I've got so many articles on it over the years, but I know that they sent anthropologists into the Middle East along with the military. They had it in the newspapers at the time to train the soldiers on the culture, you see, and how the culture developed, but also to train them on what terrifies each culture. So the anthropologists would work with those eventually that did the torturing, the ones who did the extraordinary rendition, like to call it, rather than just kidnapping. It's extraordinary rendition. And they even made a movie about it, remember, with a woman in charge of the CIA. In the movie, actually basically based on the reality, where they would have people tied up and covered in blood and all kinds of things and stuff, and tortured. And that's why you also saw certain things happening at Abu Ghraib, which they knew Muslim countries had an abhorrence of. That's why they used what you saw there. Thanks to your anthropologists and psychologists and behaviorists that you pay for, that are now working on all of you at home. But we have gone into science fiction. Things which were absurd years ago have been pushed to the top to become the norm. At least to try to persuade you that it's normal. All kinds of absurd things. And I even hate to even mention it, but I'll put up one article for anybody who cares to look at it. It's been all over the media, naturally, because they tell you what to think about and what to argue about and so on. And it's about, I think LifeSite News had one, another newspaper pushed this woman who's a professor at university who's into the occult, and she dresses in the gothic type thing, the purple lipstick and the black this and the black that around the eyes, and who is a professor, as I say, and supposedly practices spells and things, you know. But you look at the character, just the character, and it all came out of TV series years ago as they were promoting all this stuff, that the look, the language, the doctrine that they like to espouse was actually given to them through fiction, primarily through fiction, entertaining fiction. That's why it must be entertaining to get them to get hooked on it. And for back through the 90s, and you're seeing these. But at one time they would put these in science fiction, say in the 1970s, of a future society, and isn't it amazing that they look just like the characters in the science fiction with the hair that looks really, really, really weird, almost like a Medusa thing, like snakes coming out of it and stuff. And this is what you're seeing today in people who are promoted into having powers of indoctrination of young school children and teenagers and so on. It's fascinating just to look at that and study it all. And many, many other things like that too are pushed to the front. It truly is astonishing. And other people getting covered in tattoos. Covered in tattoos, all again from TV series and so on. And again, monkey see, monkey do. That's what people do. But it's one thing about wearing bell-bottom trousers to drain-pipe trousers, and then from winkle picker shoes, as they used to call them, from the Beatles era all the way up to what you've got today, you know. It's rather vastly different. That's one thing. But when you're getting covered in tattoos, and the symbology of the tattoos was always to do with the primitive. You see, that's how it was always portrayed before tattoos were made to be popular. And I mean made to be popular. They were always portrayed in movies as the primitive, the pirate types, you know, the bad guys. And of course, gangs. Big gangs in Japan and China, the triads in China. And certain other gangs even in Russia, that were even within Russia, or subcultures as well, of different groups, with the occult symbology plastered on them, which again is a good study in behaviour of the different ethnic type gangs. It's quite fascinating. And the occult symbologies they use according to their own backgrounds, even religious backgrounds. So, but there's always again, basically associated with, now you're seeing cops wearing them. So the cops that are supposed to be the good guys are covered in tattoos like the bad guys to look more ferocious, you see. Would you want to go to someone who is wearing on his skin the symbols that used to be associated with murderous gangs? Do you feel better now, you know, with the cops? Who's designed that? Well, it didn't happen by itself. It really didn't. Nothing happens by itself in culture. Plato said it. Everything that happens in culture is authorized by those at the top. Because anything that happens in culture has to be analysed to see where it would lead, what changes it would cause within society. And therefore it's vetted, and if it happens at all, it's generally pushed from the top and promoted, but from the grassroots, it's generally nipped in the bud. So whatever happens is always pushed from the top, as I've said before. See, again, there's nothing about humans that they don't know. And today, with this daily accumulation of all kinds of data, is just astonishing. The analysis that goes on, and again, specific universities are given the right to tap into the net, so they can actually get the higher data from Silicon Valley of everybody's emails and chit-chat and electronic chat and so on. And it's been happening since they gave you the cell phone and the computer. There's nothing you've done that they don't know, or looked at they don't know. It was from the very beginning. It was intended to be that way. And the folk, again, I guess it's too late now for folk to think, because whatever they're doing now is normal to them. And they've succumbed to it. There's certain things, it's almost like going into areas of the occult, you know, which are warned about in all religions, ancient up to the modern, you know, where you can go a certain way in a certain direction, and then you have different paths, and then you have little marks across a road where you can't either do cross them or you don't cross them. And each thing that you cross, you're given a warning about, it's hard to go back. And a lot of folk end up that way. It's the same thing in all areas of culture. The behaviours count on that. They account on you becoming familiar with by habit, and all the things which really are detrimental to you. All the things that Aldous Huxley warned you about. And he was almost it's a Mr. Mills character, for those who don't know that. Mr. Mills is an occult figure, a term they used in occultism, that appears in every generation. And he's a neutral character, and who gives warnings. Very plain warnings about do this and this happens, do that and that'll happen, and so on. And you'll find that kind of character came in to the modernized version of Titus Andronicus that Anthony Hopkins was in. They have a kind of Mr. Mills character that appears every so often in that one too. But it's a common theme in occultism, where certain people come out every so often and give you the warnings, and blatant warnings, accurate warnings, and are either obeyed. People are not obeyed because it doesn't tell them what to do. But people will listen and make decisions, you see, either for or against, and that's the way it really is. But we have that. We have these characters that come out every so often down through time and do this for us, you see. But they also know at the top, again, back to behaviour and habit. Habit is everyone's prone to habits. If they get up in the morning, it used to be on radio before internet, folk would turn on their radio, a lot of folk, and they'd listen to that, sort of opening their eyes and getting ready with a coffee to go to work and so on. And then listen to radio on the way to work, and they'll all have their favourite DJs, you know, the mouthpieces of Babel, you know, because we live in Babel, constant Babel. Our whole lives now, electronic Babel. Most folk now are afraid, and have done so many studies on it, afraid now of silence. It's a terrifying thing to a lot of people, the silence. Special forces, by the way, they've done tests with modern special forces now, and they set them off into the wilderness somewhere, and they'll take away any communication occasionally, and some of them crack up because of the silence. And the fact that they can't communicate with anybody if they feel that they might have an emergency or might have this, all the mights, all the maybes, it works on their minds, and they become fearful, you know. Even the sounds in nature can get to them because they don't have that internal confidence that people used to have. and they'll crack up and ask to be let out. It's just astonishing. But a lot of folks can't handle it, because once it's silent, you see, you've been trained your whole life to listen to other folks' voices all day long, either through music or news or whatever it happens to be, but it's babble, babble, babble. It's completely unnatural, but to you it is natural because you're habituated to, you see. But what you miss is that quiet time where that little inner voice of your own should take over as you think things over and come to your own conclusions. You see, the whole technique today is to overwhelm you with data, and I've given these talks over the years from the sources themselves, and government sources, at least the agencies that work for them, where they talk about overloading people with data. Data can be just nonsense, you see. It doesn't mean it's factual or even handy to have it. It's just overwhelming data. And the more you take in, the less room there is for you to make up your own conclusions of your own data on anything. It's a technique which is it's actually taught in the PSYOP groups and the teams and agencies. See, the biggest problem that they have at the top is that folk will think for themselves. That's why they spend so much of your tax money making sure that you don't get time to do that, or you don't have the peace and quiet to do it. They certainly will not give you all the factual information you need to come to independent conclusions for yourself on any major topic. And I mean any major topic. You have no idea of how much mind control most folk are already in and under. I'm not exaggerating it there either. This is where it really is today. And years ago, I used to have lots of information from MIT, because they'd love to publish. They were giving you divisions to study this or that on internet, and even cell phone chat in real time. They were getting to get into calls and so on. Of course, they were using all that information that they pretend was private. You private stuff on the net and all that in private. No, you've never had that. They've recorded everything from the beginning, folks. Well, they didn't have the laws then to stop them, or they did have laws. No, they didn't. Or they did. They didn't care. That's all for you to believe in, you know. Getting back to the cultural revolutions that the communists used, the same kind of thing. Communism is a religion that people had to believe in. And you could understand the science. They called it a science of Marxism. Only special folk could understand it, like Stalin, you know. And so they all had to praise Stalin for the little things he came out. Even if you didn't understand what he was talking, he was such a genius, you see, and so advanced or steeped in advanced Marxism that you wouldn't understand it at your lowly level. They actually had churned out books like this. Well, that's what you're in today, you see. Most of what you really thoughts about was given to you. Most of it's trivia. But the stuff that's not trivia, again, is all given to you by the experts. You know, we'll bring in an expert to tell you what to think. Bertrand Russell said this in the 40s and 50s. We'll train the public that they can't have a thought of their own or do anything themselves without the advice from an expert on anything. From having children, to how children are born, to how you change the diaper. They called it a nappy back then in Britain. Women would have to be taught by experts every step of the way, and the guys too, and what to expect. And that's happened in my lifetime, you know. At one time, everybody just knew, from folk having children and families, as you grew up with them, you knew what was going on. You knew what was expected. You knew how to do things. You didn't need experts for anything. It's astonishing to realize that the modern medicine isn't very old at all, you know. And it's astonishing to even look into allopathic medicine. They had a series, I think, years ago. Someone sent me a disc on them, and it was to do with the medicines and pharmacology that were sold right through the 1800s into the early 20th century, and a good part of the 20th century. That was all bogus. All the medication, most of the medications were completely bogus, you know, and even made out of earthworms. And there's a good series. This is factual. This is what they had until they really got into the more advanced chemicalized biology, the biochemistry. So it's a pretty new field, really. But like any new field, when big money is backing it, and the incredible amount of money that pharmacology makes today is astonishing. Wherever you have such money at stake and profits, and very important people, because ordinary folk are not important in this system, you see, just very, very, very wealthy folk who are important in this system. That's why they make you worship them, as the wealthy folk, you know. And folk do. Then you can never have honesty. You can't have honesty of any possible kind. Even if you had some decent people, that in a miracle situation where you had one or two decent folk at the very top of pharmacology, which wouldn't happen in this cutthroat system, the competitors would go bypass and do their own thing anyway and do whatever they thought was unethical to get more profit. They'd do it, absolutely, you know. And that's why they lobby government, and that's why they put politicians into power, financially. And that's also why they combine with elitists and eugenicists that want to change society by using, again, diet injections and injunctions. Pharmacology, and Aldous Huxley warned us all, in a certain sense. Again, he was a Mr. Mills type character, just to finish that part of the talk, where he said it, not just at Berkeley, at Berkeley University, but also in his books. He had some non-fiction books as well, where he talked about the follow-up to his book, you know, Brave New World, and how all these things in it could be and probably would be implemented eventually by those who had the power in society to implement upon the public. And that's all happened. So he's Mr. Mills' character that he did warn, again, at least on public television, on the Mike Wallace interview, where he said, well, with the techniques we have now and where it can go, because they knew the rate of change in society and these behavioral sciences and so on, he said that the techniques of persuasion, they could get people to do things eventually that perhaps wasn't in their best interest. He knew how advanced it was then in the 1960s and where it would end up going, and this all happened. He was careful not to say so much in the talk that he was all for it. But you got to remember, too, that Aldous Huxley belonged to the Huxley family, a scientific elite. That's what his brother called it, a scientific elite, the branch of the family. Amongst many other parts of the scientific elite, the dominant science group that ran the world on behalf of the dominant minority, the ones who ran all the finances above them. So the scientific elite below them, including all kinds of behaviorists and scientists and social scientists, they worked for those who ruled, you know, and they used their sciences like spells over the public, you see. So he was careful to mention the other part that they believe in, of course, and always did believe in. In that talk with Wallace, he did start off his talk, well, you know, the population of the world, and he mentioned what they claimed it might have been then, and how it would double or whatever by the year, whatever, 2000, whatever it happened to be at that time. Because they're always fudging figures, so it doesn't matter. So he lets you know right off the bat, there's too many people. He doesn't go into his deeper beliefs that there's too many useless eaters, because he was an elitist himself, Aldous Huxley, as his brother was, you know. His brother really became one of the head members of socialism because they guide society into family planning, depopulation, all the rest of it under the guise of helping the working class. So you got to understand that there was nothing that in eugenics and elitism that he didn't know about. He belonged to. That's why he could write Brave New Worlds years before, but 1932, 1933. Because he mixed with those world groups. He had world meetings, those groups, you know. And they've always had world meetings. And Huxley also talked about, well, you know, if you let it go this way, we'll have all kinds of physical problems with people who have hereditary ailments. He was also talking about IQ levels and so on. Eh? And he says some people, for instance, if you wear glasses, he said, well, then your eyes aren't perfect, and so you'll pass that on to someone else, and they'll have bad eyes. He's talking about supremacy of eugenics and how the eugenical supreme classes should go on. That's what he was talking about. It's amazing how folk can like what they're hearing, and they're not hearing what they're hearing, but they like what they're hearing. You know, it's coming from a guy who is so well educated, and from an elite point of view, he has such a great command of vocabulary. And it's true enough, the vocabulary of these guys was almost 17th century vocabulary, because they were taught that way, to talk very carefully about every single vowel and syllable, and that's how they pronounced them, you know. Very impressive at the time. But folk often don't really hear what's being said, because the guy wasn't wearing a uniform like some supreme nasty commander, you know, of history. They always give you uniform guys. I've mentioned it so often, where the greatest thing you're worried about today is either a white coat or a suit. These are your terrorists of today on the general public. Why do you think even a lot of these doctors they're using for COVID might be given a talk from their own home, and they've got a white coat on? Do they walk about their homes with white coats? No, it's just to impress you. You know, because you're trained to see that white coat and believe it more appropriately. So they must. Well, yeah, they've got that white coat. That's the priest coat. This is the new priesthood. The white coats, you see. And that's what they are, a priest class, with their belief systems. I prefer the other religions, you see, because they give you commandments and things and this and that. But the priestly class of white coats, especially in medicine, and even the vaccine, studies that they've done, all kinds of well, it may do this and it may do that, and it might, and lots of maybes and might, very scientific. So it's better to have white coats on, because then you don't question it. Well, look at that, you know, that they've got their, and it's almost like the stole that the priests would have around their necks, you know, as well. They'd have their habit on, you know, and their outer garments for ceremonial reasons, and then they'd have that there was a purple one around their neck, but the doctors, some of them just keep their stethoscopes around there, you see. So the white coat on and the stethoscope. These are religious uniforms you're looking at, folks. And you're trained that as soon as you see them, your mind alters. Irrespective of what they're actually saying, your mind alters until you listen to them and obey them. You know? It's quite a simple trick, but it works wonders. But there's, getting back to what I'm saying, you're trained from birth in all these things. And you're persuaded to go along with a system where nothing that you hear on television, pretty well nothing actually, isn't rehearsed and scripted and produced and put across as spontaneous to you. And it's been that way for most of your life. That's how it really is. I remember reading too about Kissinger. I love it. Who would kiss a singer? I used to have a joke. Who would kiss a singer? Yeah. And again, Kissinger was presented as the high priest of the Nixon era and other eras as well. I mean, whenever they would never talk about the president, they'd always have the guy who spoke on behalf of the president, because he was making all the decisions, it seemed. And it's a dark character. I mean, there's something around him. Children could see it, you know, a darkness around the character. That's it's almost a negative spirituality or something like that. But it's a darkness in that presence of the character. Someone who could plan wars and very dispassionately, and talk about starving people, using the food, lack of food or withholding food to starve people in different countries, like Bangladesh. And he did, you know. You're talking about people in charge of the military-industrial complex, at least working for them at a very high level. And I think all these different seats on different boards within U.S. government policy for the military. And at that time too, yeah, they had communism on the go. The communism, though, it was never really about outside America. That was to, again, change society within America. But inside America, the communists were already working inside America and in government too, just like they were in Canada. Just like Carroll Quigley talked about them. And Carroll Quigley said the organization that he belonged to, that had been running the US and the West for about 60 to 80 years already, his club. And I really mean this. This is not conspiracy theory, unless he was making a conspiracy, but he was talking about it himself in his own book and in his own talks. That this group, this organization, he said, had picked presidents and prime ministers in the West for the last 60 to 80 years. Now he was given the talk in the 1960s. And the book came out in the 1960s. So you're definitely into the 1880s, 1890s at least. And he said they don't have to put everybody in government. There's a member of this circle, this group. He said, but the ones in all parties, at the top of all parties, are selected and put in there. Astonishing, really. Yeah. The folk don't even know that. And that's why the US basically grafted into itself the British system, the same club that ran Britain for a long time, that was the British Empire, not the people that owned it all. And Lord Earl Grey and other ones that were the go-betweens to the members on the state side. So this club definitely exists. It definitely is there. They gave you the Rockefellers and everybody else that's a well-known name today. The same group, I'm sure, that you have Zuckerberg and all the other characters, even Bill Gates fronting. They're fronting it. They're just put there, you know, to fulfill agendas for their lifetime.
Another young player who is lighting the league on fire is former number 1 pick Anthony Edwards of the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves played the Nuggets, and it was AE with 10 3-pointers in the game, Jalen Rose.
A-E-I-O-U. You remember that song?
No.
Sometimes why? You're a young fella. AE. So, dynamic athlete, right? He's like 6'7", 6'8". He's really powerful, and we've seen some of his explosive dunks, like some of the biggest dunks in the league.
Yep.
If he gonna make threes like this,
crazy.
With his confidence level, it's gonna be a problem for the league. And there have been comparisons, and me and you went to Qatar with him. He reminded me of T-Mac. He's not as tall.
T-Mac we're going with.
He's not as tall.
T-Mac.
I mean, but T-Mac is just so tall, man. T-Mac is like almost 6'10", so who's going to be that guy's height? But I'm just telling you, like, the ferocity in which he attacks the rim with the flair for the dramatic.
Look at him signing autographs in the middle of the game.
But also being a bucket. Like, usually the powerful, like LeBron James can score the ball, but he's not a bucket. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like Anthony Edwards made 10 3-pointers in the basketball game, right? So he's trying to trend towards that style of player. And it was incredible to watch him get hot off the dribble, off the catch, between the legs. Like, he was feeling it, and it was great to see.
And just another casual triple-double for Jokic. Just another 27, 10, and 11 assists for Jokic. Jokic doesn't get enough love. He doesn't get enough love. Like, we talk about the MVP, and it's like, well, Steph Curry this, Steph Curry that, or Kevin Durant this and that. Jokic is the reigning MVP. He's carrying this team with all of the injuries to wins night after night. Didn't get a win last night.
Speaking of getting respect, when we going to get these Harriet Tubman 20s in circulation?
What are you talking about? Sometimes you just say stuff. It has
what
nothing
I mean?
to do with what we're discussing.
So the Joker, how about this? The top 5 players in the NBA this year so far: Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, the Joker, Giannis, and LeBron. You can split hairs.
Sure.
3, 4, 5. Those are the 5 guys. So when y'all start talking about the best players in the league, make sure y'all mention the only guy in the history of the league that averaged 26 points, 13 boards, and 7 assists. The Joker.
The Joker.
Thanks for watching ESPN on YouTube. For live streaming, sports, and premium content, subscribe to ESPN+.
I have a league pass crush.
Mm-hmm.
It's a team that plays in Minnesota. They're kind of a train wreck at times.
Yeah.
They employed D'Angelo Russell, who I think would be the single least fun person to play basketball with. I feel bad for his teammates constantly. Sometimes he's good. But I'm fascinated by Anthony Edwards.
Me too.
I think, and I don't think I've talked about it on a pod yet, there's something going on with him athletically that is really different. And I don't want to throw out the Giannis, LeBron kind of names, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I don't care. There's an athletic swagger to him that is really unusual. And the best way I was talking about it with somebody today. It's like watching in college when the football players come to play with the actual basketball team.
It's really a shame Tracy McGrady's career was beset by so many injuries, robbing us of his prime years as one of the best scorers the NBA had ever seen. And because of that, he's quickly being forgotten as each year passes, but we need to remember what he could do. Since in all my years of watching the NBA, I'd never seen anybody score as easily as the one they called T-Mac. Now, before you go looking up his career field goal and three-point percentages and start yelling at me that he didn't score that easy, I'm just telling you that he's a guy who was effortless in his ability to put the ball in the basket. He liked to hang in the air on his jump shot, which would certainly lead to plenty of inconsistency, but he had so many moments when he got going, and it was almost like there wasn't anyone playing defense on him, despite being up in his grill and contesting to the point of just about blocking the shot. McGrady was a bit of a missing link in the NBA, a connection to the glory days of the 80s when small forwards posted up a ton. Guys like Adrian Dantley and Larry Bird would be at the top of the league in scoring back then, and McGrady was so long that he had a size advantage almost every time. You can see a good example of how the defense just didn't matter with his turnaround high release. The post-up was a way to get him a 12-footer. Even when they had a guy close to his size, like Rick Fox here, they knew exactly how to get it to him. And again, it becomes an open 12-foot layup. But what I particularly liked about his postgame is how quickly he attacked on the catch. How are you supposed to stop this turnaround? And check how he lifts both feet in the air while rotating to face up. Then the jab step gets an opening to the middle before they're forced to foul him. If you're a young player, add this move to your arsenal today. There was none of this 5 dribble in plays back you down stuff. He'd face up immediately and check the shot fake with the right foot load. Perfect way to explode by your man, and again, they're forced to put him on the line. But McGrady did a ton of damage from the perimeter in the pick and roll as well, which is the bridge to the modern game we know so well now. This might look very familiar as they hunt the worst defender to force a switch and watch McGrady hit Christian Laettner with a smooth crossover, stutter step, step back from 19 feet that just tickles the twine. I still can't get over how easy it looked for McGrady to score. And while you might not be able to fill it up on the court as easily as he did, imagine an online tool that helps you find promo codes, then automatically adds them to your cart, as easy as a T-Mac finger roll. That's where Honey comes in. When a little box drops down and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons. Pizza has been my go-to while we all stay at home, and I'm honestly blown away by how easy this is and how much money I can save. You can shop at over 30,000 online stores. It's got over 100,000 5-star reviews, and you're literally passing up free money if you don't get Honey now. It's free and installs in just 2 clicks when you go to joinhoney.com/Coach Nick. No need to thank me, just go to joinhoney.com/Coach Nick and you'll not only save money, but time, which frees you up to watch more footage of Tracy McGrady getting double teamed on this pick and roll. Notice how it doesn't even faze him. He just patiently waits for another ball screen to his left, then crosses over the second defender before swooping in for the finger roll. He loved going to his left, which makes sense because righties have their shooting hip and elbow already aligned to the hoop, and his stop and pop mid-range game was almost automatic. The frustrating thing about watching some of these pick and rolls was how often he'd end up shooting right in front of the three-point line. Here's a nice set Doc Rivers ran for T-Mac called Zipper, where McGrady would zipper cut to the top of the key for the easy catch, and the weak side pin down turns into a pick and roll. He was never in a hurry, always under control, but get behind the line, man, and get that extra point. Same play, and this time, after the cutter goes back door, they run pinch post action. Well defended and contained, so the offense would naturally gravitate back to McGrady on the perimeter. Just look how helpless Jared Jeffries is on this pull-up with the and one. They kept running Zipper since if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but McGrady finds space to cut to the wing instead, and he finally got his feet behind the line for the three-point shot. We did get glimpses of what could have been a modern version of McGrady as he gets the ball screen high enough to enable him to step into a three-point shot here. And you can see how guys waving at him from close distance didn't faze him much at all as he drops in another three-point bomb out of the pick and roll. Imagine how many more points he'd have scored utilizing the spacing a lot more. Scorers at his level also utilize the isolation quite a bit, but these still tended to be out of the flow rather than grinding the offense to a screeching halt. His jab step game was certainly a throwback, and he could rise up from a standstill and hit these tough ones. He basically treated these like post-ups, facing up on the smaller guard against the zone and just rising up as if he didn't even care that the defense was on him. Of course, in this game where he scored 62 points, he was feeling it, so we got an aggro ISO in transition. Check the through the legs, behind the back, swivel step hezzy, then snatch into the shot. These are the things we see James Harden do regularly, and we have McGrady to thank. What I think I appreciated most about his game is his willingness to operate inside the offense to get shots. He doesn't force the pick and roll, instead sprinting off a handoff to find a three-pointer, again, as if there wasn't any defense there. And he'd fill the lane in transition to the corner, getting this look generated by his teammates finding him. He had a way of eluding his defenders too, sliding off this pick to the open spot and hitting the wide open jumper. And here's another throwback, the shot fake one dribble pull-up. While it's a beauty, nowadays he would have sidestepped and stayed behind the three-point line. While McGrady liked to glide around the court smoothly, there was no denying his incredible athletic ability. When he needed it, he could uncork a staggering display of athleticism that would remind you of Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, with an assortment of finishing packages around the rim that would make you just shake your head in amazement. One thing I caught in this clip of his jump shot is the rhythm he generated off the dribble. Notice how his knees are bent and completely loaded before the ball has begun to swing up into the shot. That is perfect. At this point, he'll hang in the air and make this a two-motion shot, which is the suboptimal part and would have led to a lot of the streakiness we saw throughout his career. In the 02-03 season, we got an early glimpse of what the NBA was to become, as he took over 6 threes a game and averaged over 32 a game plus 5.5 assists. Sadly, Grant Hill was broken down for much of that season, and they didn't have much else. And yet, McGrady carried the Magic to 7 games against a team that would win the title a year later. And who can forget when he led the Houston Rockets back from an 8-point deficit by scoring 13 points in 33 seconds, with one shot more improbable than the next. But sadly, this was one of his last hurrahs before the injuries sidelined him for huge stretches during the rest of his career. To add to his impressive resume, he made the Hall of Fame in 2017, which is quite a testament considering he only had 7 seasons where he played at least 70 games. But that was a lucky number, since he made the All-Star team 7 times and was voted All-NBA 7 times as well. Without question, it was his ability to score so easily that left an indelible impression on so many people's minds despite the injuries and earned him a place among the pantheons of all-time greats. Of all the players from earlier eras that could have benefited the most from playing in the modern NBA, I'd probably nominate Tracy McGrady as the guy who would have gained the most from the spacing and the pace. It wouldn't be hard to imagine him taking 10 threes a game, hitting 40% of them, and posting up as well at a high percentage. So, the next time you get into an argument as to who was the easiest scorer in the NBA, you can mention the KDs and the Kareems all you like, but for me, it will always be Tracy McGrady. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to B-Ball Breakdown so you can get alerted right away when we drop a new video. This season will be filled with incredible content, so don't miss it. You in?
You're born into a very high cult in a sense. And they're just like any rock star or actor or actress, as they're making a star, they put the star machinery in, give them a fake background, or tell you they're a genius, and you believe it. And they give you incredible funding behind them. And they must make a certain amount of money, but they put it so much out in so-called philanthropy, which is just basically pushing this planned agenda. They all work together, folks. And they can be defamed just by their own if they ever broke the rules, absolutely, and left paupers if need be. Most of them you see were made stars by the star-making machinery. Bill Gates is a businessman. And his daddy before him. A monopolist too. That's another sign and symptom of them, like a disease. They're monopolists. Rockefeller was the same monopolist, you see. Eliminate competition, as I've said earlier. So you're living through incredible times, witnessing it all. Most folk are unaware of what they're witnessing because they've been stampeded through terror, a war of terror upon them by the authorities. Because the best way to get rapid change and compliance is when you're terrified of dying. And that's why Klaus Schwab said it too, is that this is a war we're using, a war, You could never do it in a peaceful way, we just ignored them, you see. The climate change scenario wasn't working out, now they're talking about global cooling again. So this is better, you see, they can really rush it through under the war. And no one's going to come out of this without being non-essential except the very big boys, and gals, and you'll all be non-essential, and you'll accept that you're useless eaters. You understand what's happening here? Do you really understand what's happening? Never in history have nations been shut down entirely by an order from their own governments, business-wise, into complete bankruptcy scenarios. Never happened. Never in history have the healthy been quarantined. This is the first. This is a worse, and this is the best thing they could think of to shut the whole planet down,
that they've got.
to destroy all the systems that were, and nations, by the way,
cartoon and movie,
that were.
But
and what emerges out of it is a new planned society. Oh, they'll give you the appearance of nations to an extent, but you're already international anyway, you see. And all the world organizations that are, even the extra ones that pushed through under COVID, to make sure we're all coordinated and for our greater good, you understand, on finances and so on. And so,
So he
You've got
doesn't
society
understand the
as well.
history of it.
Technically, you
Yeah, it's
see,
like-
if we all merge together, you've got a
look
global
into that.
order.
That's
you know?
something you should look into.
Here you are. They're calling it a
Look
New
into
World Order.
the
There's that
50 or
term
60
again,
massacres
because they're
of
always
black
giving us
communities
New
in the
World
United
Orders,
States.
You see?
The richest black
Always.
community, the case,
The
the
Soviet
classic
system
case
was to be
of
New
Tulsa,
World Order,
Oklahoma.
you know?
Look,
A
it's as
utopia
bad
for
as this.
workers.
Black
Okay,
people-
And they called it New
What
World
happened?
Order. Hitler's
Like,
was
what
going
are
to
you
be the same
talking
in
about
both
slavery? Or are
socialist
we talking about
societies.
today?
No, we're
Communism,
talking about in the
Nazism.
past 100 years. What we're talking about. Because
And
things
the
doesn't just
people love
happen just
socialism,
overnight.
where you call it communism.
But the
Remember,
weakest
Stalin
situation,
said
when did the
communism
weakest
and
situation
socialism are
happen when
very-
the president got a temp on his life? When did that happen?
Hung
It's
up in
within
terms,
10 years,
it's what
right?
you
So basically,
see
some terrorists
applies to
tried
Gaddafi.
to take
You
Xi
know?
Jinping's life. Xi
Uh.
Jinping got really
Don't get
pissed and
hung
he was
up
like,
on
"We need to
words, 'cause they can
re-educate this
change
entire
words, and that can
population."
choose his folk till he throws them right
Okay,
off.
yeah, that is wrong.
You can do
Yeah,
the same
like,
thing,
it's
but
like
you'll never really
as if Joe Biden went to
apply it
fucking
to what you
Alabama,
was
someone
applying
Why
to.
does some
past?
shit,
Oh yeah, I
and he puts
recognize it.
everybody in Alabama in a fucking camp. You know,
No,
like,
but why are you bringing up the past?
But Trinity, you gotta admit that's a little bit different though.
yeah.
With the black people, the way black people get treated now compared to what you call it. Like in the past 60 years, I understand. But the past 10 years, black people treated different from the way they what you call
Yes,
they
you
were
know what?
treated.
Guess what? I would agree with that 100%, but it wasn't freely given.
I
People
agree.
had to fight and shed their blood. As far as man, I don't even want to start talking about this shit because it's a bit much.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but do you understand what he's saying, though, Trinity? It is wrong. 10 years ago, what you call it? Someone put a temp on your life, then you go into one part of your country and saying, "Okay, we're gonna just get rid of these people." That's the same. Just even the blacks. That's still wrong, though. You know, for the African Americans that live there. But it's even worse when the president does it.
I wonder what would happen. I'm wondering this. What would happen if, let's say, during Jim Crow, a U.S. president went somewhere and a cell of black, quote-unquote, freedom fighters tried to kill the U.S. president? I wonder what would have been the response in, let's say, 1965, 1950. What do you think would have happened?
Oh, I definitely think what you call it. Those blacks. Yeah, that would have been messed up.
Look, the Tulsa riot started because they thought that a black dude talked to a white girl or some ridiculous shit like that. Thousands of people lose their hope. They borrowed a plane from the Air Force Base and dropped bombs on the city.
No, I know the situation. That's wrong, though, Trinity. Imagine
Wait,
that
what
happened.
do you mean? Someone dropped
You
bombs?
don't think that
Wait.
if that happened 10 years ago, that would have even been worse?
Man.
Like imagine back now, black people have rights and all this stuff. Imagine that happened now. They said that happened in China.
If I'm wondering, I expect any shit to pop off at any point in time. I really expect anything. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't say that it won't. If an organized group of black people try to kill a U.S. president to make a political point, I don't know what the response would be.
You think they're gonna say, "Okay, we're gonna go to what you call it, Atlanta, and kill all the black people in Atlanta"?
I think there'll be a wing of people who would say that.
I'm talking about the president.
Sure, like if you look all over America, you can find it, but I don't think there's gonna be that many.
I think maybe I don't know, maybe I know things I should not know. And this is
Right.
why, like for instance, they caught some cops who in Wilmington, North Carolina, on their radio saying, "I'm going to get a rifle. I'm sick and tired of these black people. I'm going to get a rifle and kill so many of them. I'm going to set them back 2 or 3 generations." They caught cops saying this. Now you might say, well, why Wilmington, North Carolina? The first and only successful coup in the United States happened in that particular place, where a black guy became mayor of a town, and the white people said, "Oh hell no!" They went, they killed his whole staff, killed him,
took over the town, and that was it. The exact same place.
Yeah.
The exact same thing. The federal government did nothing. You have a coup in a US on US soil, and the government did nothing. They didn't care. Now today, this happened like what 60, 70 years ago. Today we hear police in that same place expressing the same views. There is something, there is a pathology there that we can't just ignore. That's my I don't know. We see these neo-Nazis marching in the street. It's to ignore your enemy. Foolish. I don't trust these people. I don't trust them.
I get what you're saying, Trini. Trust me.
Why would you trust the devil? If the devil is saying, trust me, bro, you're gonna trust the devil just like, please.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just what you call it. I guess trying to highlight Jesus' point when he was saying that this happened 10 years ago, where the president got an attempt on his life, and then he feels now he's justified today, what you call it, genocide a whole group of people in this country.
Do you remember? Imagine if a group of black extremists tried to kill Trump. We talk a whole bunch of different stuff. We're talking about China now and an attempt on Xi Jinping's life, and what would happen if something like that happened in the U.S.
No, not true. No, not just what you call it. What if it's like? Do you think that's justified?
I don't think it's justified. I think what they should do is go after the particular individuals who planned this thing and be more surgical.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure the individuals they got caught and they're long dead. But like.
Yeah. But then the flip side.
Well, I mean, what do you mean infected though, right? Like
ideology is there. There's a mass of people with that ideology. How do you fix it? You have to take control of the ideology and change it into something different, right?
Yeah, but it's a whole culture. Like they're not Chinese. They don't look at themselves as Chinese, right? And
bro, the area that they live, was they Muslims, and them Xinjiang people weren't the only people that lived there. There were Buddhists. There were other people from other ethnic minorities. So their whole ideology is flawed, even to start off with.
Like when you say flawed, what you mean? It's just different from the majority?
Bro, they want like, are you talking about Xinjiang, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they want Xinjiang just for the Muslim Uyghurs. It is very similar, like to a racial like state that they want, and I believe that's wrong, and I think you guys should be believing the same thing. Because that area was never fully
it's not a matter of Wahhabism, right? It's a matter of they're being occupied by a foreign
They're not
superpower.
being occupied though.
I mean, they basically are, right? They kind of had like their own they could elect their own officials. They can't even do that anymore, right? They have no control over what any of the shit that goes on. The Chinese Communist Party is sending in people from the mainland into Xinjiang and basically taking over, right? I mean, okay, it's like, okay, what if America, right, just marched into Mexico, started like fucking sending a bunch of rednecks there, right, and then pushing aside all the Mexicans, and then they just build a big fucking Ford factory and force everybody to work there,
Listen, come on, P. Mars. You're not even adding to the conversation. Listen to the hypothetical. Yeah, but you're saying that you're doing it in disguise or something else. He is talking about they deliberately go over there, right? And you have these Americans that are there. Not. Are you stupid? Huh, P. Mars? You got to be a conspiracy theorist to just accept the fact that, oh yeah, America is out there doing this and all that stuff, right? Because it's not, because America's fingerprints aren't all over it, bro. You got to do some research. We're saying that no, they deliberately, they're not even doing it in the shadows. They out there plain face, taking over this part of Mexico.
I mean, that's pretty much what they're doing in Xinjiang, right? You know, like.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Primo, shut up. Okay, but Primo, I'm saying this isn't propaganda or anything, bro. You don't need nothing to disguise it. You know what? Why you even man? Never mind. Go ahead, bro. I'm just gonna.
I mean, sure, they got ties, but I wouldn't go so far as to say they actually control Mexico. Oh, Trinity's not even here anymore.
Who's left?
Yeah, what happened to the chat, man?
Oh no,
I
you've
have
been
no
dipping.
idea.
Yo, I asked like 30 people, would you rather lose your thumbs and your big toes or believe in God? And there was like 20 people that said that, like literally atheists were like, yeah, lose my thumbs and my big toes. Yeah. I wouldn't believe in God. No, I would not. I'm like, what the fuck are you? What? What's wrong with these people, man? One of them was like, oh no, I could just put a USB where the thumbs and the big toes are, you know? I'm like, you can't pull those satanic tricks on me, right? You can't use the technology to help you out, bro. Because then I can just say, all right, well, I can just use a spaceship to like fly and shit. Fuck that.
I'll just get a dick transplant on all of my thumbs. So I'll have like fucking 5 dicks.
You see, this is the shit I'm talking about. This is what they come up with. This is what the atheists do, right?
This is what they do.
I asked the atheist, what's the meaning of life? And they all have like a fucking stupid as fuck answer.
I mean, what is the meaning to your life? Is it God?
The meaning of life is love. We're supposed to love God and love others. That's
Well, okay, so what if you just love others and you don't believe in God?
Then you're an atheist.
But I mean, it's still, you got meaning, right? Like, you know, it's still love, right?
No.
Okay, so you can't, so you can't even love if you don't believe in, how the fuck do you come to that conclusion? That's fucking
Because
stupid.
God is love.
Okay, so now you're just rewriting the fucking dictionary. Okay.
No, this is what
Yeah, you
Christianity
literally,
teaches.
you just butchered the English language, right? And you rewrote the fucking dictionary. It doesn't work. You just semantics. It's stupid.
No, you asked me a definition.
Okay,
and
okay,
then
okay. I'm gonna say, okay, God is
accused me of
cheeseburgers.
semantics. Do you realize how ridiculous that is?
I mean, what you just said is fucking ridiculous. I mean, come on.
It's not ridiculous. It's in the Bible. It says God.
Okay,
is
so first
love.
you're like, okay, do you believe in God? Okay, you don't believe in God, therefore your life has no meaning. Okay, and then I ask you, and then you're like, oh, God is love. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so it's not God. You should have just said, do you believe in love, not do you believe in God? Like, fuck, man.
It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing, actually. Like, okay, do you believe in aliens?
No.
Oh, well, then that means you don't believe in love, because to me, aliens are love.
Why are you so obnoxious and stupid?
And why are you so obnoxious and stupid?
I'm
Goddamn.
not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a valuable interlocutor.
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm a virtuous interlocutor.
I mean, if you were so virtuous, you wouldn't be saying that, I bet.
How do you figure? See, that's why I thought you're like a dishonest interlocutor, right? Because you're just like saying bullshit. Like you don't even believe what you're saying.
I believe. Okay, what did I say that I don't believe?
Is this what I'm coming back to? T Mars and Jesus fighting?
He's the one who
It's like
started.
a troll
I'm not
versus
fighting.
troll.
He's fighting. I'm not fighting.
I don't care who's
I'm not
fighting.
fighting.
I'm going to end it.
He's fighting.
I'm going to end this shit. Why can't you two just like kiss and like make out?
Okay, why don't you kiss yourself in the butt?
I would, if I could. I'm getting that surgery like any day now. Get my spine removed so I could just like go ass to mouth on myself, just like cut up the middle.
Like, just fucking ass to mouth. Just you ever seen the Human Centipede? Like, do that, but with your own butt.
Oh no, I tried to like sign up for that.
Who
They said I
invited
wasn't
this guy? Did you
accepted or
invite this
likable.
guy, Kat?
I don't know who invited him. I can't remember. Probably Johnny.
Well,
Can we get rid
why
of him?
why do you guys like hate me? Like I'm here trying to like be the peacemaker, like get you like to like kiss your asses and just forgive each other.
I mean, I don't know. I've forgiven people, but I never kissed them in the ass when I forgive them. That doesn't make sense.
No one ever.
Doing like that's not how you forgive someone. Like,
Well, I
do
mean,
you two,
that's not when you fucking get forget. Like, what the fuck?
Well, do you two like fight afterwards? Like,
I can see your eyes right now. I think I can.
With all that you talk about ass, you've never kissed someone on the
No
ass?
way, there's no way I can. Oh, God, no, I can't. Dude, there's no way. There's
What about after you kiss them?
no way you can kill yourself.
Okay. That made more sense.
No, but I don't think that the whole thing with meaning makes any sense, yours. I think it's like makes zero sense.
Well, I mean, everybody can find their own meaning, right? Like, isn't that isn't that what life is
No.
about? You find your own meaning.
no. You see,
Mean by
you have to do everything by the book.
I mean, and
What
What do you mean by the meaning?
if you find your meaning through God, then good for you. But it doesn't mean everybody else has to find meaning through God,
What
right?
are you talking
Well,
about?
but a lot of
It
times-
doesn't make sense.
Well, this thing that like you can't have meaning if like there's like no God.
I didn't say that.
Isn't that kind of what you said?
No.
Oh, atheists can't find meaning then.
No, I just mocked atheists for like their answers to that question, which were dumb. I didn't say you can't have meaning without God. I said you can't. In my opinion, you can't have real love without God. That's what I said.
What is real love?
Agape.
Okay, so basically you're saying, okay, anybody from an atheist country can't love. Like, that's so dumb.
You
No,
can like
can't
have
find real
erotic
love.
love,
They
or
categorize
like
some form of love.
brotherly
to real.
love, but you don't have agape.
Wait, you can have
What about
erotic
anal
love
love?
and brotherly love, but okay, what love can you not have? Like between a man and a woman, you can't have
Agape.
love.
I'm talking about God, God's love. That's basically what he's saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't really fucking love God if you don't believe in him, right? Like, goddamn, you know.
Yeah,
No
that
shit.
even there's a way is like atheists have no form of like, I guess like they have no form of like morals because of this, or probably
No,
like
it's
that.
not
I don't know.
it doesn't
That's
do with
stupid as
morals.
fuck.
Uh,
Oh my god.
wait, so what's the point though?
What is
Well,
the point of what?
the type of love that atheists believe in, I think, is like dog shit type of love, right? Because it's all like conditional, and it's based on like how you treat them. You have to be nice to them, or they won't love you, right? And see, God's love is
Right.
different,
Or
right? 'Cause
okay, you're
it's
too reactionary.
unconditional, right?
You
And
just
I
put
think
words.
that
I think
is the real love, or like I think conditional love is just like fucking bullshit.
It's not conditional love. That's stupid as fuck.
Yeah, because like again, like it just depends what you're saying about God's love. Because if you think
Yeah,
God's love
you
is
sound
eternity,
lonely, man. If you need something like that.
yeah, to be honest, because
Yeah,
you
like
basically
you're a
God's
fucking
love is
lonely
not
man.
eternity.
Oh,
Goddamn.
it's this guy. I talked to you the other day, bro. Oh my god.
Oh,
I
about
remember
Alpha Male.
you. Yeah.
Did you put your
Yeah.
name down
But the
twice
thing
so
is,
you don't
is
forget
like,
it?
like
What?
you would know like what an atheist is compatible with, or empathetically enough to even know what type of love they would have. Like that's almost like
You're like, how would you even know that,
for
right?
emotions. You're just not telling us about
Yeah.
capacity is what I was trying to say. I always have a hard time like thinking of words while driving.
I think you're kind
Well-
of breaking up, Rail. I don't know if that's because your camera's on.
Well, define what's
mean,
God's
like,
love. What is
love.
that? Like, how is it so different as love in general? Like, what's God's love? Like, how is it so special about it? Peace? What is it?
Well, he was saying because it's unconditional.
Yeah, because it's unconditional. It doesn't. It's not based on anything you do to merit it, or your integrity, or anything.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, again, it's just like very like broad because like peace can be some form of unconditional love between yourself. Peace between yourself or between others. You don't need to have God's love to be unconditional, or it just depends where you define God's love. At the end of the day, but I'm more.
Why is it even got to be unconditional?
Yeah, yeah, true.
Well,
Yeah.
because hey, love from God. From what P. Mars is saying, love from God is unconditional.
I mean, if love is unconditional and everybody deserves it, then it don't fucking exist and it's trash, right? It has no value.
No, in Advaita Vedanta, one of the goals is to feel compassion for all beings.
And you should try to do that, but it's not a requirement. And if it's unconditional, there's no point, right? You're just a machine. You don't love anybody if it's unconditional. You love everybody.
What do you mean you don't love anyone if you love everyone? That doesn't make sense.
If it's unconditional and you love everybody, like you don't really love anyone, right? And the truth, that's just like
You're
a fucking
contradicting
being.
yourself.
No, I'm not
Like I
contradicting
get what
myself.
Jesus is saying. Like if Jesus knows like an asshole, but he's loved to like love him by default, then that's by default.
Yeah, that's just your default. You don't actually love him, right?
No, if you love everyone, then you love everyone. It's truly loving everyone. If you feel compassion and love from everyone, then you do feel that. That is actually feeling compassion and love for everyone. That is the actual goal. It's
but
not
if
a default. It
Sure.
doesn't mean that you just say, "Oh
But it's
yeah, I
an
love
arrow.
everyone," and you
At the
don't
end
mean
of the
it.
day, it's an arrow, right?
What?
It's a
I think he's
direction.
trying
It's
to
like
make
an
the
arrow.
point, like when you say a word a bunch, it loses its meaning. So it's like if
Well,
you
no,
just
it's like
love
Cupid. Like
everyone, it
he's
loses
a
its
hitter.
meaning.
Like Cupid used to like shoot people back in the day when we
Why
used to
did you
sell like
talk
crack.
over
So
me, you piece of garbage?
Hey, watch that. Watch
I
the
will.
personal attacks,
I
be
will.
Mars. Not
Okay,
here.
and you know what? Objects, I'll leave. Oh, what's the Cutting Through the Matrix song? Fuck. How can I find this? What is the intro song? Is it on here? It's a copyright claimed. Come on. It's not copyright claimed. God damn it. What the hell is his song? It's gonna drive me nuts. Oh, it's Baker Street.
Winding your way down on Baker Street, light in your head and dead on your feet. Well, another crazy day. You'll drink the night away and forget about everything. This city desert makes you feel so cold. It's got so many people, but it's got no soul, and it's taken you so long to find out you were wrong when you thought it held everything. You used to think that it was so easy. You used to say that it was so easy, but you're trying now. Another year and then you'd be happy. Just one more year and then you'd be happy, but you're crying now. Way down the street there's a light in his place. He opens the door, he's got that look on his face, and he asks you where you've been. You tell him who you've seen, and you talk about anything. He's got this dream about buying some land. He's gonna give up the booze and the one night stands, and then he'll settle down in some quiet little town and forget about everything. But you know he'll always keep moving. You know he's never gonna stop moving, 'cause he's rolling, he's the rolling stone. When you wake up it's a new morning. The sun is shining, it's a new morning. You're going home. slip into the ocean, swallow me up in one motion, though. Seize my queen, I show devotion. Where's my lifeline, Mr. Bolton? I ain't ready to let go now. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. If I slip into the ocean, swallow me up in one motion, though. Seize my queen, I show devotion. Where's my lifeline, Mr. Bolton? I ain't ready to let go now. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go. I ain't ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. Ready to let go now. prophets were written on the studio wall. Concert hall. Echoes with the sound of salesmen. Of salesmen. Of salesmen.
analogy. I feel like that'd be better.
I just want the definition. No, I just want the definition. Just tell me
Yeah,
what God means.
let me start. I say I have specific words to describe definition.
But then it's just meaningless, right? You're just saying gibberish. If you don't know what you're saying, look, if you're making a statement and you don't know what the words in your statement mean, it's just what we call gibberish.
I was
Right?
willing to provide your analogy so you can figure it out for yourself.
Why not just tell me what the concept is? Explain to the, give like a definition and explanation.
Yeah, because if you can't define it or understand it, then you can't either.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I mean, doesn't that make sense? If I say something like, look, if I say something like, if I say look, if I say something like, Fudu is Jeddah Fudu, and then you ask me, like, oh, someone asks me this, and I don't know, I can't describe it. That's just gibberish. That's what it's like, a gibberish statement. You're just saying gibberish.
She wants her big up. That's what she wants. But Murphy, you're falling into the trap right now. You're already stuck in the void zone. So we'll try to get you
Can you
up
please-
sometime.
Okay, so what does God mean, Bri?
What does
Do you
God
know?
mean?
Yeah, in your statement, what does
I don't
God mean?
fucking know. My personal beliefs is a different story, but
No. I'm asking you in the statement that you made.
I don't know. I don't know what fucking God means at this point.
Okay, so that just means what you're saying is gibberish, right? You're just saying boo 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 is void, is a void, right? We don't know what the fuck that means. Like, what does that mean?
Okay.
You're not even saying anything, right?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Don't you're like wasting everyone's time.
I'm not saying anything
Coming in
because I'm
here.
just saying, again, if I obviously God is fucking harder to actually define it when I'm basically describing it as a void, because when I say something is empty, something's completely empty, it has to be some a physical object poison. Obviously.
Look, you made a statement, and there is a word in your statement that you said yourself you don't know what it means, right? It's that simple. If I make a statement and there is a word, there is a
You're basically
word.
pressuring me
Look,
to
listen.
actually say that. When I offer you an analogy, because there's no other words I can describe it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you already said, everyone heard you. You said, I asked you in your statement, God is a void. What does that mean? What does God mean? You said you had no idea. You didn't know, right? Now, if I make a statement and I'm using a word that I had no idea what it means, that just means I'm just saying things I don't even understand myself, right?
Well, I mean, okay, so what?
Look, I'm
can't
not
say
even
God is a
asking.
void,
He
that's my
said,
definition. God is a void. That's my definition.
no, but he said he didn't know what the word meant. It's not.
No, because you fucking, bro, you're basically forcing me to say this. You're basically forcing me to say this. You're leading me to that point. And obviously, I just said
Okay,
it because.
okay. Let's just ask. Let's just ask again. Let's just ask again. So when you say God, do you know what that means?
A void, emptiness. I'll say that.
Okay, so God equals
Void.
void.
Emptiness.
So now
Yeah,
your
or-
statement. Let's just translate it. So let's take the statement in general chat, and you're saying, let's just replace God with a void because that's what it means. So you're saying, a void is a void.
Yeah.
You're saying a void is a void. Yeah, obviously a void is a void, right? Like that's just a
Yeah.
tautology. That's a
Mhm.
tautology.
Okay.
Just means it's trivial. Right? If I said, like, it's
Yes,
true for
yes.
anything, right? If I just say Baba is Baba, I mean, it doesn't. I don't even have to know what Baba is. I can just say a cat is a cat. It's a tautology. It's like completely trivial, right?
I guess.
That's
yeah.
what you came in. You just came here to say that like a void is a void.
I didn't came here with any intentions of talking about this. It just leading up to this point.
Okay,
And
your
then-
point. I'm sorry. Your point is a void is a void, right?
Yeah. That you can fill in anything
Good job.
with it.
Good
Yeah.
job, dude. Yeah, a void is a
Thanks.
void. That's
Thanks.
very. Yeah,
Yeah,
good job.
that you basically lead me to that point. If
I'm
you
standing
want,
up. I'm clapping.
If that's the end of it, if that's the end of it, then obviously, yeah, obviously.
Okay. A void is a void. Nice, dude.
You didn't have to bully
I
the
don't-
good man like Murphy. Like, goddamn. Like, I feel sorry
his
for him
name
now.
his name is Bri is Bri.
Yeah, bro, it's right, though.
Listen, sometimes we get trapped in the circular logic, and it happens to all of us. So it's okay.
Being trapped in this void, bro. Like you'd be filling with anything, like an empty box.
Well, the point, look, the point is that someone doesn't even have to know what like the words you're using mean. If you make a statement like P is P, it's always going to be true because it's a tautology, and it doesn't even matter like what you plug in there. It doesn't have to be God. It could just be anything, right? Someone doesn't even have to know. Like
Do
you
you
could talk
have
to an
a
alien that doesn't know what God is or like has never heard about God or religion, and you tell them, well, is avoid a void? They would just say yes, right? Because it's a tautology.
do you have this do you have this connection towards P? This feeling, this emotion. Will you worship P?
Uh,
Yeah, you
I don't know
sound
what
like you
P is.
worship pee man.
So if it comes to multiple religious people, if for example you're in a room full of different religious people, and you want to establish the real definition of God, what will you say?
Well,
Depends
I
on the
would just say
religion.
something like, yeah, I mean, for like Abrahamic religions, it's usually going to be like a mindless, or I'm sorry, like a non-material mind that has like intentions and desires and beliefs, all powerful, all knowing,
Yeah.
things like that.
Okay.
And
Well,
that's not a void. And
what I would say if
just
that
to be
was
clear,
me, if that was me in that room, but not getting no one pissed and not getting no one or siding with anyone, I would specifically say God is a void. You can fill it with any belief you want to believe it is. God could be an
wait,
identity.
but if
God could
someone
be God.
if someone uses that if you're talking to someone who believes like the Abrahamic God or something, that statement would just be wrong. The statement that
Yeah,
you wrote down
yeah,
would just
towards
be
them,
wrong.
yeah. Towards
Yeah,
them,
because
yeah.
like a mind isn't nothing. And if they say something like God is a mind, they define God as a mind, and that's what they mean by God. It wouldn't be your statement would just be false.
We started okay, so we just started like it's gonna lead to the point that we started defining void, like how you just basically said. What is a void? Is
Yeah, you
void
said
even a
nothing.
thing?
You already did. You
Yeah,
said
is
a
nothing
void
a
is
thing
nothing.
though? Is nothing a thing? I know it's gonna come off topic, but that's the point we're leading to. Is nothing a thing?
Well, you should just
I
ask
don't
like
see how that
anything
matters,
about
right?
dark matter.
I don't see the relevance of this, right? You're
Yeah,
saying
God made
you just told
everything.
me, look, you said
And
that
and, and okay,
you
that's
said
in,
a void.
in
You said a void meant nothing, right? And I'm just saying, if someone uses a definition that like is commonly accepted in like the Abrahamic type of religions, your statement would just be wrong. It's just like you're saying something that's wrong. You're saying a mind is nothing, and that's just not true. A mind is something. It's not nothing. But if you want to define God as a void, then your statement just becomes a void is a void, which is a tautology.
yeah, I don't know what the fuck to say to him.
Wouldn't that be as much clarification to say
Literally
dark
speaking
matter is God? I mean, dark matter is kind of like the void.
nothing. Yeah, there's two different. There's too much cultures at this point. I think it's safe to say. I think dark matter is
When you look,
this form of energy is keeping everything intact.
oh my god, P Mars, why did you have to go there? But no, dark matter is. I'm pretty sure Murphy probably laughed at me for my explanation. But when you look up there in the sky and you see vast amounts of emptiness, there is actually something there, and we don't know what it is. We have a somewhat of an understanding, but we'll classify that as dark matter. But that's actually completely different from antimatter. They're very two different things.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think what corresponds to dark matter is dark energy. That's more. That's more kind of equivalent to it. Not the same thing though. Dark matter is everything that's keeping the universe intact, and dark energy is something that's pushing everything away in the most broader sense in terms of physics. No. Well, it depends.
Do I believe in ghosts?
I
Like,
mean, ghosts is a void.
personally, no, but like, I will say there might be like a slight opportunity that some spirits or ghosts might exist, but since we can't physically observe them and measure them, I'm just going to say no. Well, that's no. That's the thing, though. Is like, what if I believe in Bigfoot because like we have video evidence?
Well, the thing is that when we bring up ghosts, we're connecting it with some form of it's either prior religion, some over the dead person. But obviously, again, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna piss off Murph, but a ghost could be a fucking void. What is ghost to you? What is a ghost to you though? What is that?
There's also videos of Bigfoot.
Oh, there's
plenty of evidence. We can actually prove that we have antimatter. We can actually do the science formulas to actually figure out there is matter in this dark matter that we cannot see. So we do know something is there because there cannot be just an absence of nothing. And if there is, we have to figure out what that dark matter is, which we haven't yet.
And also, it's also how I said it. It's just the question. Also, it's just the question of what is keeping everything intact. It's a big question. It can't just not be just void. It cannot just be empty of it. It has to be something in there. That's basically the basic theory of how. Well, there's no. Well, it's kind of inconsistent. It kind of is inconsistent when you don't say what ghost is to you, and saying evidence of ghost. What is ghost? Like
No,
moving
no.
on.
The thing is,
It could be so. It could be something.
We can actually test dark matter. We can go into space, observe it, and be in it. But how do we do that with ghosts?
Yeah. There's mathematical equations to prove that there is dark matter and dark energy on top, but there's no mathematical equations to prove there's ghosts. And there's no evidence towards ghosts neither. There's no film of it.
But P-Mars,
And when I mean ghost, ghost is a dead person. When I mean ghost is a dead person that came into this afterlife, which is they call it, I guess. Yeah, there's no evidence of that. Eyewitness accounts.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I personally never seen a ghost, but I could look up in the sky at nighttime and physically see dark matter in the fucking sky.
Well, you can and you can at the same time.
I am.
Are you, bro? What the fuck? You talk about ghosts, bro. You talk about eyewitnesses. Are these people schizophrenic?
I can.
He can and he can't though. At the same time, he cannot see the smaller components was building dark matter, but he can see the universe being intact, but also pushing away, which is dark energy. It's obvious, bro. Yeah, but you can't see
Matter and dark energy is theoretical. You can't see it.
Cat, I know. Cat, why are you trying to ruin this for me?
You can't see dark energy. It's not you're not seeing if what is energy, what the energy itself, but you're seeing it pushing the planets away from each other. But also dark matter is keeping everything intact, everything together in that sense.
I'm seeing gravity right now.
Cat, like why are you interrupting me, Cat? I'm having a serious conversation about me observing dark matter.
It's just a force, obviously. You can't see forces.
Well, if P-Mars can see ghosts, why can't I see dark matter? That's my question.
Mumbo jumbo, bro. Damn. It's a void. It's a void, dog. Oh, wait. I don't want to go off topic, but are you an anti-vaxxer? Oh,
Well,
yeah.
The thing is, we can actually test our science and our history, and the Bible just has so many things that were wrong about history and wrong about actual morality. And I don't see why you'd want to continue on believing something that's been proven false time and time again. No. The world's flat. You got to remember, in the Bible, the world is flat, and that's the model we got to use.
Bro, there's a lot of subatomic particles in the way they manipulate it, especially when it comes to nuclear reactors. That's evidence that there's actually subatomic particles. By theory, before they even discover it, by theory, they believe it there was a form to manipulate them, and they actually proved it with it. So it kind of has a mathematical. That's why it's called there's different types of theory. Like for physicists, there's a theoretical physicist who writes the theory, which is all the math behind it, and there's an experimental physicist, which proves it with experiments. But there's some theories that are mathematical proven, but not experimental proven, like the Big Bang, basically. I guess the Big Bang, well, they do have images of temperatures back then that kind of proves the Big Bang. There was like a singular, I forgot the right word for it. A singular point, I guess. But for Bible, there's no evidence of angels, dog, or ghosts or demons in that matter. The only demons demons and angels are us. We're the fucking demons or angels.
It's kind of like ghosts too. Like ghosts exist, and you can kind of observe them.
I think you can't see electrons.
But I believe in Casper. Casper's a friendly ghost.
I think they did see an electron. I don't know. Someone correct me. Oh yeah, hold up.
So wait, P. Mars, are you telling me that you don't believe in Casper the friendly ghost? Like, we can actually observe Casper though.
Well,
yeah, they can see electrons.
I don't believe in ghosts. I believe poltergeist phenomena is real. I have a theory that it's like our subconscious or something. I got that from
Carl Jung. If it's subconscious, that wouldn't make it materially, physically real then.
But the point is there's evidence for them, right? And there isn't evidence for dark matter. Like, dark matter is like, yeah, theoretical.
But what is the evidence for ghosts though? What is the evidence for ghosts? Tell me, you haven't said it.
Well, there isn't good evidence. I would say there's better evidence for ghosts than dark matter is what I should say, right?
So tell me what's the evidence? Like, what type of evidence? What is it?
Like, there's there's tons of ghost videos. I'm sure you've seen some. A lot of them are fake, sure, but some of them I find compelling, and there's eyewitness testimony. I think the most believable, like police witnessed poltergeist activity at some of these, like when people claim to be possessed by a demon, and
I can explain about ghosts.
It doesn't make sense for me for a police. Like, it makes sense. Like, you could argue, oh yeah, this person's lying, trying to get famous, and say they're possessed by a demon. But why would a police officer like say he witnessed things like flying around the room without anyone touching them and stuff? You know, it's just gonna make him look crazy. And he actually has a reason
I can teach
to
you
lie
about ghosts
as a
if you
police
want,
officer
if you really
because
want
he could
it.
lose his job for saying like
Ima,
crazy
stop.
shit.
It's an eyewitness.
Why don't you just let me finish?
Right. I can teach you about ghosts if
Your
you.
mom let me
really
finish,
want
but you didn't.
Yeah, go ahead, Pimash.
That's okay.
But if you really want to have a experience about ghosts, because I'm a ghost guy, I'm a spirits guy. People know me about my expert on the ghost things. I can teach you.
I want to be. I played the Ouija board myself, but that's the anecdote. I've been to all this shit. Like, I've been to haunted houses because I was.
Listen.
Well.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Asia. I'm Asian, guys. So if you really need to do this shit,
I'll pray for you.
It's really require effort. But it's really worth it. That effort is gonna lead you to a goose.
A goose.
It's probably gonna lead you to fucking insanity.
This guy is fucking crazy.
But if you really want it, because I've teach a lot of people in Discord to trying to see a goose, like doing this kind of a stuff, you know. But can I ask you, how old are you?
21.
Okay, you're old enough. You're 21.
How old are you?
Do
You have
really
to be 21 to play with the devil.
You're gonna be play. We were not talking about the devil. We were not talking about the demon possessed. Okay, we're just trying to examine human soul, human ghost. When human die, there is a ghost, right? How to see that human ghost? We are not trying to experience a demon spirits. This is gonna be dangerous because as soon as you possess into demons, it's gonna be really hard to cast out the demon spirit inside of you.
It's bullshit. In general form, it's bullshit.
Yes,
I think the
bottom
most-
level
I think the
people
most
is gonna
compelling
say
case,
this.
the most
Neil knew
the
we
most
were talking
compelling
about
case,
spirits. That's why I showed up.
the most compelling case of a demon for me is probably the whole fucking Emily Rose thing. But that case, playing the devil's advocate, forgive me for the pun, that girl was probably suffering from fucking psychosis, major psychosis, or a different type of psychosis that we didn't even fucking know by that.
Schizophrenia. Yeah, you can name it. I mean, well, we need to investigate, right? Because psychology, it could be mixed between a possess, because personality disorder is fucked up. Yeah, but
I think
if
that's
you
the
really
major
want
thing.
to investigate, yeah, we can do that.
That's the major, like, I mean, I want it, bro. I want to get possessed, dog. I want to fucking get fucked by the devil, dog.
Neil, you know what
I
I
want
think?
to.
You know what I think happens is a lot of times atheists will like use a Ouija board to try to make contact
I'm
with
not
like,
atheist.
the devil and sell their soul, and then like when they can't sell their soul, they're like, "Oh, see, it's not real." But the thing is, like, the devil already has their soul, right? So they can't. It's like he can't bargain with it because he's got it.
So how you know
That's not how fallen angels work.
it's dumb.
But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I always say that the devil and God is just us, bro. Like we can be good and we can be fucking terrible at the same
Right,
time.
bro. That sounds like beta, bro. That's some beta shit right there. That's some beta bullshit right there.
Imagine.
Johnny,
I think
bro,
it's
that's
true
funny.
in a sense. Like, we are made in God's image, and we are corrupt. So I think there's in a way that's true.
If God made you in His image, God must be pretty fucking ugly.
Famous. I don't remember.
Have you seen
Famous.
my
I don't
hairline?
remember you're a Christian.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Bro, the human's body, how it functions is so imperfect, dog. When we eat, we throw out like 25% of useful fucking vitamins from our shit. Why, bro? Why do we have to fucking die? Why? There's a lot of questions to answer if God was fucking real.
I mean, that's better than what you have, right? Which is like you shove food up your ass
This
and then
guy-
you just talk shit on Discord.
This guy knows every fact of information about human feces, but he can't define God.
Exactly. I mean, this is what the atheists are like, bro.
I'm not atheist. What the
Okay,
fuck?
I'm gonna go. I have fun though. I'll talk to all y'all later.
Have a good day, Will.
Yeah, I'm not atheist. Alpha male,
What are you?
alpha daddy. I guess you could call it pantheist. I don't have a specific religion
yeah.
statement. I
Yeah.
just believe that everything.
Pansiest.
I believe everything's God. I believe everything and nothing is God at the same time.
Disgusting.
Discuss what? Wait, are you Muslim, Johnny?
I mean, you know, I don't know. Am I? Am I not? I don't know. That's a good question.
Johnny worships Spinoza's God.
That's Albert Einstein right there.
So anyway, go ahead and attack me, bro. Attack my belief.
I'm not gonna attack you, bro. You can believe whatever you want to believe. If you believe in alpha and beta males, then it's up to you, dog.
Yeah, I believe you're a beta and I'm an alpha. That's what I believe. That's my belief system.
Beta. I believe I'm a sigma. I believe you're fucking, what's it called? A gamma male.
The sigma is the best. Yeah,
So you don't even know what gamma male is.
the
That's how
gamma-
much of a beta you are.
The gamma is the worst.
You don't even know what gamma is. Well, I'm talking to Johnny.
Yeah, well, I
Gamma-
believe if I saw you, you'd fucking be tuna fish
I
salad.
mean,
So I don't know why you're
It's
talking.
not really like necessarily. Is it really?
Well, you do
what is
have
the
that
gamma again?
mindset of relying on violence to show some authority. That's kind of like a traumatic. I feel like you have a traumatic experience in your fucking childhood. Probably your mom. Probably your dad beat your fucking mom or some shit. I don't know.
No, my dad probably beat your mom. Honestly, that's probably what happened. That's why you're
My
fucked
dad
up
beat
and you
my.
don't believe in beta males and alpha males. That's why. I
Yeah.
mean, how the fuck can you just stop believing those things? You know what I'm saying? How
Because
can
they're
you
fucking
stop
crazy.
believing in
Fuck.
those things? I mean,
What
it's
is
one of
alpha
it's
to
one of
you?
them things, right? Like
What is
it's
alpha
like
to you?
somebody beats the shit out of you in a game, in a video game, right? Beat the fuck out. Not
They're
metaphorically
alpha.
speaking. I mean, an actual video game, right? And then you're just like, you know what? I quit. I'm never gonna play the game again, right? And because you're at the lowest level, right? You're the gamma, beta, whatever the fuck that is, right? That's why you just chose to believe that it just doesn't exist anymore, right? Because you're a little bitch. And I can't help you with
So,
that. Go fucking
wait,
talk
hold
to a
up.
therapist.
Wait,
Go
hold up.
talk
If
to a
someone,
priest or somebody that can
yeah,
help you spiritually, right?
yeah. If someone, wait, hold up. If someone beats me in a video game, they're alpha males.
No, I'm saying it's the same thing with the alpha thing. Like if you're a loser on the chart, then you just stop believing in the chart. That's how it works.
What is a loser to you, bro? What's a loser and what's a winner?
The loser would be like not the alpha, and then the alpha would be the winner.
No, define it. What's the characteristics of a loser or a winner or an alpha or a
Man,
beta?
man, what define? Dude, we're gonna play the defining game now. Like, what's wrong with you, bro? I'm not trying to talk to a robot. I
No,
want to talk to a human being right now. Like, don't do the
no. I
robot
want
game.
you to define it because I don't know what the fuck you're
Dude, I
coming
don't give a.
from.
I'm not even gonna talk to you then. If you're gonna play games like
Yeah,
this, okay? You're
what a
being fucking
beta. You don't
unreasonable.
want to
How about
talk
you
to me?
shut up?
What a beta.
How about you shut the
Beta.
fuck up, man?
What are you angry at, beta? You're so angry, dog. What a beta.
It's fucking animals, man. Yo, who
Yeah,
invited this guy?
you, bro. You invited me, Johnny. It's ironic because you invited me, Johnny.
Yo, can I uninvite people? I don't know how this works. How do I uninvite people?
Please, what a beta, dog.
Did you invite Jesus, Johnny?
I think I have him blocked. I have to check. 1 second.
Maximo told me that you were Jesus on a voice changer.
Yeah, no, we talk at the same time. I don't even see how that's possible. Me and him, we talk at the same time.
Yeah. He's like.
I mean, listen, I'll try. P-Mars, I'll try, and then tell me if I sound like him, right? S-Juice, man.
Yeah, he said you had a
Everyone
voice.
believes in
I don't
optimism,
think.
man?
I know it's not you. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. Max is like saying all this shit about you to try and like make me suspicious of you.
Hey, Kat, do you believe in alpha males and beta males?
Yes.
Merv, do you believe in alpha? Oh yeah, he does. That's for sure. Nathan, do you believe in alpha males and beta males?
Is Max crazy?
Damn.
Man,
That actually.
I'll
that
tell you what you
explains a
sound like,
lot.
right? I'll tell
That
you what you sound
explains
like.
a lot, bro.
I'll tell you what you sound like, bro.
Buh.
Okay, so
I thought you
imagine.
sound like buh.
Bruh.
Okay, imagine this, right? Imagine you, right? You were born with a micro penis, right? And then you told everybody, I don't believe in penises. I don't think they exist, right? That's what you sound like right now.
So, wait, hold up.
Do you believe
in love after love? All right. So you believe we're born with alpha, with this form of like alphaness or this form of beta-ness?
with penises? Yes.
No, I believe it's. I believe that's
different
developed
story.
in life. It's environmental and all those things.
You
Yeah.
learn it.
Learn how to have a bigger penis.
Yeah, but
Is
but
basically
that's
what he's saying.
What is like
I
your
hate
fucking
this
like,
idea that like you're genetically predestined to be a certain way. It's so stupid.
Because my question is like fucking like, because when you say alpha male, it can mean many things by many people. To be honest, it's a void.
No,
Kat.
no,
It's a void.
it's only because you're like redefining everything.
It's a void, cat. No, yeah. To be
Yeah, I should
okay,
avoid
can't
you.
disagree on that. We
I
can't
was in
disagree on that.
I was in
Alpha
the
means a
void.
lot of things, even in the animal kingdom, between some species of it.
I actually went to the void. It's this thing in lucid dreaming.
Yeah, that's actually a good title for like a book or some
You
shit.
can even look. You can look this shit up. It's when you every time when you dream before your dream starts, you start in this void and there's like nothing. And I went lucid when I was in the void, and I started to freak out because it was like I felt like I couldn't breathe any. There's no atmosphere and I couldn't breathe, and
Well, I don't know
is
about that.
scary.
But I went lucid too, and I got fucking scared of it because well, I had like the paralysis, and I thought like someone was like fucking like pulling on my fucking feet, and it was fucking. Like,
You don't
scary
believe in
as fuck.
ghosts? That was a fucking ghost.
No, it's not a ghost. That's just sleep paralysis.
No, it was a ghost.
Yeah, it's Jesus.
I've
bro.
had that too.
Yeah. I mean, a ghost gonna see me jerk off. Damn. What a
It all
perv.
depends on your perspective, right? Like, you know, if you're scientific minded, of course you're gonna look for a scientific explanation and try and say
No, it is
explain
lucid
it with
minded.
like chemicals in your brain or something. But if you're, you know, if you were born 1,000 years ago, you'd probably just automatically assume a demon attacked you. It's just because you were born in this
That
era.
makes it sense. That makes
Is
it real.
why you think your reality is the way it is.
I believe in. I mean, no, you're right on that. In the scientific mindset, I feel like that's way more better. Having a form of reality in your fucking life, instead of defining of this this like traditional like ape fucking like religion beliefs that believe that fucking sky daddy's looking upon you, or that you have to fucking worship and fucking.
Dude,
and whatever it
that's
is.
just way more simple. Like, the Earth is all there
Oh, it's
is.
simple.
There's no
I'm not saying
space.
it's not. I'm not saying it's
Fucking
hard, bro.
God exists. You die. You go to heaven. That's
Yeah,
simple.
but that's
I
the
like
thing
it
that people
simple.
love.
Let's keep it simple. And science wants to be all this shit. Like, oh no, there's like a gabillion planets and stars and fucking. Oh, also there's no God. It's just a Big Bang. Like, fuck that shit.
Well, no, that's. I mean, that's some sciences. I think science is more agnostic, if anything. I feel like science is either the
No,
proof
it's
that God
not.
exists or
Get
not.
the fuck out of it. No, it's not. Are you kidding me? Every
Science?
fucking
Yeah.
yes, dude. Every atheist point to scientific studies. How the fuck is it agnostic if that's the case, bro?
I'm talking about science itself. I'm talking about the person how they
Yeah,
use that.
yeah, yeah.
form
Go
of
fuck
information.
off with your atheist propaganda, bro. Like, I don't want to hear this shit. Okay, literally every fucking thing, right, is
I'm
pointing
not even
towards
atheist,
atheism.
dog. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
well
don't-
then stop spreading their agenda then, okay? And own up and be a man and quit being a
Agenda?
beta. You fucking
Science
idiot.
and agenda?
What?
Science and I'm just saying that.
Of course
science
it
the
is, dude.
proof that
Whoever
God is
funds
real,
the
bro.
science is
A priest-
correct. That's how
A
it
priest can
works.
just say, a priest can just come by and say, "Oh, it's because all this science
Oh
information,
my
all
God,
these
man.
subparticles,
You
all these
fucking
subatomic
crybaby,
particles."
dude. I
you
don't
say like, "Oh, that's God."
The
That
scientists
could be
are
fucking
like the
God.
new priests.
Shut up.
They're just a new priest class.
Yeah, it depends. What do you mean a priest?
No, it doesn't depend. It doesn't depend. Okay, do you understand the black hole? Do you understand it? And do you believe? First of all, do you believe that the black hole exists? Yes or no?
Hole?
Do you believe it
The black hole?
exists? Yes.
No, there's evidence for it.
Okay, all right. So anyway, so explain to me exactly what the black hole is without using Google, please.
It's a, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah. Go shove it up your fucking cunt.
Wait,
then, you little
hold on,
bitch.
man. You don't let me fucking finish, bro. I'm gonna make Cat so mad,
I
but
could
black
do
hole is a
that.
void. It's a fucking
not a
void with a
void.
strong gravitational, not even a gravitational pull at that point. It's like a break of space and time. It's like a rip in space and time that creates this form of void that's so gravitational, like hardcore, that it pulls you in. Even light cannot escape from it. I took physics classes, bro. I was a physics major.
Oh, I took physics. Yeah, so did they just fucking literally teach you that gibberish you just? Because I don't even know what any of that means. Yes, you got this thing that's expanding or some bullshit. Anyway, it doesn't mean it's gibberish. Okay, I can literally watch a video on a witch doctor, and she's gonna give me more knowledge and information than what you just did. Okay, and apparently there's science backing this. Okay, versus a witch doctor who's just making shit up, according to you, right? So who am I gonna listen to, you or a witch doctor? Be honest with me now for a second.
Oh God, bro. Well, for you, probably a witch doctor. Sadly, a
Exactly.
witch
Not
doctor.
for me, for everybody, because what you just said was dumb. Okay.
Oh
It was
no,
stupid.
if it's between me
It
and
was
the
silly.
witch doctor,
You're being
then
silly.
obviously a witch
Okay.
doctor. But if you want to do the
are being
research,
silly, my man.
Here, I'll just.
if you actually want to do the research,
I'll answer the question
go ahead.
without Google, right? I'd say a black hole is a phenomena where there are limits to how much like matter can exist in a given amount of space, and when you exceed that limit, it creates a, I guess, tear or distortion of space-time itself, where there's an event horizon and light itself cannot escape. That's what a black
That is
hole
true.
is. You asshole.
Well, that is true in a way. Well, that creates a black hole. It doesn't have to be matter. It has to be a force, like a pressure. It could be so small. It could be a small ball, but you have the amount of the pressure of a sun, like multiple suns, into a small space. You break the fabric of space and time. It could be anything, just long as you have that force. It can even be your hands, as long as you have that force, you can do it. But you don't believe in that. You believe in the witch doctor. I'm assuming.
I hate doctors and scientists.
Yeah, no, that's true. A witch doctor. That's crazy. I want to see. That's actually interesting. I want to see the how real are these witch doctors? The healers. Y'all fucking insane, dog. That's funny as hell.
No, you.
You believe in space.
I believe in space. Is that a good thing, bro? Is that a compliment? Or
No.
am I supposed to like? Wait, Kat, do you believe in space?
It's an
Yes,
insult.
I believe in space.
Thank you. At least someone has some fucking reasoning. Something of reasoning.
I like how people use they use like that's religious or you're religious. You're being religious like it's a pejorative. It's funny. It's funny how that happens. Whereas like 200 years ago that'd be a compliment.
Yeah,
It's amazing to me. Somehow,
can it be
religion
as a
and
compliment?
science can't be in the same sentence.
I mean, they can. That's why I say science kind of agnostic more than atheist. Because the science is basically how life works. Just figuring out how life works.
Well,
You can use that as proof that saying, "Oh, God is real because this is so spectacular." Like there's subatomic particles. Like damn, God fucking there is a God, or it can't. You can use it as there's not a God. It just depends upon you.
There was a time when people like didn't trust science or believe the claims of science or even statisticians, right? Like Mark
They
Twain
fucking died.
mocked statistics.
Statisticians.
Yeah.
You made me not be able to say it.
Fucking so
Fucking
yeah, there was a point in time where that was like there's just trust in that, and now it's like reversed where it's like people fully trust science and
Yeah.
don't trust the religion.
Because a lot of people die from that, especially from the
Because
plague.
Science has practical, I guess, results or whatever that they can measure.
Like in fucking the plague, you thought like the doctors. I think they used to dance around in front of the sick or some shit like that. They used to do some fucking like horrible things to like people who were like affected with the plague, and they believe that it was like demons or some bullshit like that. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I think it's way better to believe in science because it's more safe.
Yeah, no, science is a bunch of bullshit, and you should just because I mean you just proved it to me just then. When I asked you about the black hole, you couldn't answer me. You just gave me some gibberish, like fucking woo-woo bullcrap, right?
I'm sorry you don't know what the fuck these words mean. I have to
No,
use
no,
the
it's not.
term.
It's not about being sorry. It's about like you need to understand that like the shit you believe, you don't even understand them yourself, right? And so that to me is fucking stupid,
Who
right?
understanding what? How
Yeah.
can you say that, bro?
Because if
I
you
think
understood it, you could at least explain it in a way where like anybody on planet Earth could
Dumb
understand
down,
what the
basically.
fuck you're saying, right?
You're basically saying you're stupid as fuck, basically.
No. Basically, okay, explain it to anybody in this room, please. Anybody.
Emptiness. That's the only way I can explain a black hole. Emptiness. That's
Oh,
probably it.
okay, emptiness. Wow, emptiness. Okay, all right.
Void. That's
So I can
basically
explain. Hold on, I can explain a box that's empty in the same way you just explained the black hole.
Is there a black hole
fucking
inside your
exactly,
head?
bro. Exactly. That's why I had this terminology that you have to know.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it
So
is.
you're just like
That's why
silly and
physics is
shit,
so
right?
hard. That's why physics is so hard to fucking to even
Yeah.
fucking graduate from, because not only about the mathematical concept,
Yeah, of
but also
course, dude. You got that
terminology
high
of
IQ that can't even fucking explain something to like a moron like me, right? Can't even explain it. You can't do it.
Did you get-
Impossible, right?
No, you don't have to understand. No, I mean, I can explain it. I'm explaining it. The question is, do you
P.
understand?
Mars, is
it?
this guy an idiot or what? Because I think he's like really stupid or something. Like I don't know. I think he's an idiot. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Is he?
If he's gonna define a black hole as emptiness, then like all of his arguments are black holes.
No, that's yeah. It basically is. Yeah.
That's sad. Yeah, that's pretty sad.
That basically is, bro. Everything's just black hole.
Oh my god, he didn't even get the joke, dude. Oh my god.
I get it, the joke, dumb fuck.
Oh my god.
He's
he
just
didn't get
pretending.
what-
He's pretending to get it.
There's no basic definition for it. Being a beta, I'm sorry. But being a gamma male.
I like you, Bri.
Hey, Bri, I just want to ask you a question, man. Bri, I want to ask you a question. I just want to ask you a question. Bro. Do you realize that if we lived in a world where every single person spoke the exact same language, and every single person, when they say God, they mean the exact same thing, the statement that you made, avoid this avoid, will still be true. You know that?
Yeah, I know that. And what? What's up?
I mean, I don't know why you're making the statement. Why are you coming here? It's not even related to the God thing, right?
Bro,
It's
yeah, it's not related. That should pass like already. But if you want to keep going, I can keep going. The reason why I brought voidness is because this guy, there's no other way that I can explain it to this guy without using the proper terminology to even explain it, what a black hole is. That's why
Yo, I don't know what terminology means. Can you define terminology, please?
That's why I need to stop talking.
That's a big word right there.
Stop calm when we feel that rush.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I'm just done, bro. If you don't know what terminology is, I'm just done.
Good boy.
Okay, all right. You see, this is what the atheists do. They just run away.
This is what they do.
This is what they do.
Yeah, we do. We ask what we do. We start killing people.
It's funny to ironically demonize a group of people.
Yeah. That's what we do. Start crusades.
I think it's funny
And
because
lash
people
our
always
people,
fall for that
and
shit
lash our
like,
people
throughout history.
and hang them and stone them to death. That's what we do. And then we believe in elephant gods. And a fucking god with like 4 arms.
You know, Owen Benjamin started calling everybody under 6'3" a midget, just to
And they
prove
would
that
be-
he could just create like, you know, like a little bigoted fucking group, you know, or whatever. Like,
I think that
and
Here's
he
my
did.
perfect. This will make you fucking laugh. We believe Jesus was fucking white. That just comedy right there, bro.
The new bigoted
That's
group
crazy.
would be the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated, I think. Like people
That is literally. I'm sorry. Go on, Peter.
oh, like people be like, oh, it's wrong to put Jews in a concentration camp, but then they'll go, it's okay to quarantine the unvaccinated and shit, you know, like.
Yeah, that's honest. I
kinda
feel
like
like
double think.
all the box, if they want to die, they can just fucking die. I don't really care. I do agree with that.
Well, it's not. It doesn't matter what you say. In the end, forced medical treatment is wrong, no matter how you fucking put it. Like unless you know you have the permission of the family and there's like brain damage or some bullshit. You know, there's some exceptions.
I
right?
disagree.
But no, okay. Well, again, then you agree with electroshock therapy that they did on the gays like 50 years ago, right? Or
No,
100
that's
years
totally
ago.
different.
Yes, you
Very
do. That is
different.
forced medical treatment.
No, I
because
agree
they
with.
thought they were
I agree
dangerous.
with you, Johnny. I agree
Yeah.
with you.
Is exactly like they never gave their
I'm not
consent
talking
to any
about.
of
I'm
this.
not talking about electrocution. I'm talking about getting vaccinated.
No, I agree
Well,
with Johnny.
They were saying
Well,
back
Kat,
then that
I
these
mean, you
people
can
are
agree
dangerous
anyway,
to
it's not me
society
more
and they need to
sexually
fucking do this, right? Because of God or
I
whatever
don't have
reason
a,
they
but
give.
that's the thing. I don't have a
And I'm
problem with gay
completely
people.
against
That's
that. I
wrong.
think that is fucking
They,
inhumane as fuck.
They
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with gay people, so I'm against that. But I don't have. I have a problem with people spreading viruses, so they should get vaccinated.
What did you?
I have a
Well,
problem with
isn't
forced vaccination. I'm vaccinated. I'm triple vaccinated, but I have a huge problem with forced vaccination as a nurse. I don't believe in anything done
should,
to people
right?
without informed consent.
Wait,
It's a
hold
huge
on.
problem.
Who's forcing? Wait, hold on. Who's forcing the vaccines on us? Who is it?
But I think Johnny said like no, Johnny said
if we do it in the future, if they
No,
start
Johnny,
forcing
who's
it in the
forcing
future,
us? Who's
yes.
forcing
No
us?
one.
no, Johnny,
No one. We're
Brian,
saying if.
Brian, what are you talking about, dude?
No one.
Johnny,
They've done it. They've done it in the past. What do you call it when you make like neuter a male? What is that called?
Oh, we turn him into a eunuch? I forget.
What, like forced sterilization?
Sterilization. Yeah, they would sterilize the poor people because they
God,
believed in like eugenics. This is like in the 1920s, I think.
That wasn't just poor people. They were doing it to the blacks.
The
They were doing it to the
1920s,
Aboriginals.
Yeah, but they did it to white
There's
people
those
too.
times
They
they
did
did
it to
tobacco
poor
and stuff.
people.
They do it to the Hispanics also, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it to the
all
Irish people. They wasn't white at the time.
So
That's crazy. Bro.
That's fucked up. Like this one guy I was reading
I
about,
love,
he sued the state
I
of
love how you guys
California.
comparing that with forcing vaccines, bro. The vaccine does not do anything towards you. When I mean anything, I mean
It's a forced
anything. It's not
medical
even fucking
procedure.
scary.
Well, where does it
It's
stop?
not
Anything medical has side
Dude.
effects. There is nothing that is 100% safe.
And where does it
Yeah,
stop?
yeah, no, I do agree with that.
What
But I'm
at
saying
what
that,
point do
Johnny,
you at what point do you stop
will
the
fucking die faster from fucking COVID than the even vaccine itself, bro.
It starts
You
at
probably
one.
even
Oh, it's just a
die-
vaccination.
it's most likely
Next, you're
for
getting
you to die.
sterilized.
It's most
Can
likely
one
for you
person
to
talk
die
at a
from
time,
COVID than
please?
vaccine, bro. Fucking
Okay,
crazy.
Johnny, when you talk about false vaccination, you mean like what they doing now when they telling people that, hey, you can't get a job, you can't get this job
No,
unless you get
I'm not saying
vaccinated.
that. I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay.
saying, okay, you're not allowed to exist in this country whatsoever unless you get vaccinated. And you know what? Even if you want to stay here, then we will take you by force within a week, and that's it. We will vaccinate the shit out of you.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I disagree with that too. Then if
Yeah.
you're saying they're doing that like that, yeah, I don't.
That's a
Well,
different
maybe some
story,
people
bro.
agree, but I disagree with
Yeah,
that. I
no,
thought you
of
were
course.
meaning like.
Well, I think it's even wrong what they're doing now, but like making people lose their jobs and stuff. Like that's wrong too.
Well, the
No,
thing
they're
is
not
that
making people lose their job.
I mean,
Bro, shut up, Bri. Shut up. Shut up.
They are.
Your mic is fucked up. Your mic is fucked up, bro. Fix your mic.
There was
There's no government.
There was an ethics professor in
cases, the
Canada who had to like quit her job because she thought it was unethical for them to require vaccination. Literally
she's
an
stupid.
she's literally an ethics professor, and she thought to have integrity, you know, it was wrong what they were
What's
doing.
that? Yeah,
she got fired.
she's stupid.
It's not right. That's not right to do that to
But she
people.
probably doesn't need a job, though. That's the problem. These people who
Yeah, that
talking
is
about,
true.
oh, I lost my job. Bri, shut up, Bri. Your mic is fucked up.
I already muted you once. Please don't talk over people.
Bri, can you just disconnect and fix your mic, please? No, I'm being for real. Your mic is messed up.
Wait, does everyone hearing that, or is it just you? I'm
It's the
confused.
chemicals in your brain.
Yo, Triple Chin. Just leave and come back, man. Fuck.
No, seriously, I'm being
Oh,
for real.
my-
Your
my
mic
mic
is like.
fucked up. It actually
Yes.
is.
Yo, who edited my name and put a Q in it, man? It looks disgusting. Who did
Me.
this?
Me.
Why would you? And I can't even change it. I don't have permission. Why would you put a Q in my fucking name, man?
Because your name doesn't have a Q in it.
What now?
Because his name doesn't have a Q in it. So his name is Scorpio Q now.
She actually edited the fucking thing so I can't nickname myself. I mean, look at that.
Is that the Q from LGBTQ?
Yeah.
God, I hope not. I hope
It's
not.
it's like an evil name, you know. It sounds like an evil person's name. Scorpio
Kat,
Q.
I wanted to ask you, right? You know, back in the day when, like, after you came out and stuff, before you met your husband, did you ever date any women?
Yeah. Yeah, I never had like a serious relationship, but I dated, yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair. I was curious. I wanted to see, did she ever? Or...
Are you trying to hook up with her?
Listen, man, Nikita is a dangerous woman. Her and Spooky, dangerous, man. They go out there, they simp. Oh yes, you're so right. Then they in the DMs like, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, well. I'm being dead. I actually don't flirt with women on here. I'm very modest with like women on here because there's already this horrible stereotype that lesbians are like all pervy and whatnot, and I'm trying to break that.
I know, but it gets the best of you. It's like an addiction, you know? One day you're like, no, I'm not gonna do it. Then you find yourself doing it again, and you don't even realize it.
Hey, Nate keeps trying to get me to make a one-on-one room just so he can know I'm down there and think about what I'm doing.
Mind control over you.
It's a water, Nate. It's a water. He keeps trying to hook me up. Anyway, Scorpio Q is the new evil villain in the server.
Nate is a stereotypical hypersexual black male.
Exactly. You know it.
I did Sophie a solid, and now she's trying to brainwash me into joining her server again.
Oh my god.
A solid.
What did you do?
Travis was like, "Hey, tell Sophie to talk to me again," and I just sent that DM, and that was like a solid.
Like,
No,
why does
Travis?
Trav want to back?
No. This dude didn't even respond to my fucking man. Oh my, Johnny. It's alright, bro. I got it, man.
Listen, I'm not gonna get in between the two black people like fighting and shit. Like,
No, I got it, bro. It makes sense. It makes sense. Remember the conversation we had last time? You was like, no, I'm wrong.
If you do, Johnny, wear a bulletproof vest.
It's not good enough. That's just another item they can rob when I'm dead. No, but listen, I don't know why Travis isn't talking to you. I don't have a fucking clue. It's got nothing to do with it.
It's alright, man. You took my best friend, bro.
I seriously didn't, bro. She's spreading these rumors saying that I talked to Travis and that I'm brainwashing him and stuff. And it's like, I just want to talk to Travis in public, preferably, so he can clear my name, because she's just throwing shit at this point. Like, I
Travis
proved
told me,
everything.
man.
I proved my fucking innocence. And thank God I had that recording. I didn't have a clue. Like, I rarely record shit. The reason why I recorded that is because they were accusing Albedo of doing some fucked up shit. Zaz was. So I started recording in case she slips up, clears my fucking name, or his name, I mean. I was gonna send it to her, right? Send it to him. Fuck, I'm tired. I'm sorry. Like, I've just been on like the whole thing. I was gonna send it to Albedo and be like, hey, listen, she's talking about you, this is going on, this and that. And I left the recording on, and then I just I can't believe I have that. Like, it was insane. It's like God sent that to me or some shit. It's fucking nuts. And I also cleared the Bart's name from that shit too. You know? But now she's still throwing shit out there. It's like, what am I gonna do? Like, hopefully people understand that she's a lying piece of garbage now. I hope people understand that, right?
Dude, Johnny, is this Saiz, by the way?
Yeah, Zays was saying stuff about Albedo, which is completely fabricated.
Listen, Johnny, everybody knows Saiz is crazy. You go into PNR, whenever they're talking about her, they all say she's a bit loony in the head, and we kind of don't take her seriously. All of the general chat knows she's a bit weird as well. Even the Dawa boys, in the Muslim men in that server, everyone just knows that she's a bit weird.
They treat her like they treat me, Johnny.
Oh no, but she's actually insane though. She is actually. You're just pretending.
Everything she says is a lie. I don't believe anything she says, at all. She's just fucking.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same way. Yeah, I don't believe anything she says, because like once you start asking a couple of questions, but I think I truly think she's mentally ill. I don't, that's why I don't try to attack her too much.
What about Sophie though? You think she's worse than Sophie?
I think they're on the same level. I don't know. Dude, I'm not good with the mental illness thing. I can't just like
How
prank
do you
people. But I
fucking
think they both have mental
quantify?
illness.
How do you quantify that? Like,
you look at the diagnosis and then you say which one is worse.
Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Sophie.
Yeah. I mean, I've read about this stuff. What are they called with there's research on this, and it's true. It is happening. I forgot what they're called. The stuff in the food. It's like
microplastics.
Well, there's a whole bunch of it works in both ways though, because I know in America, our food is injected with a whole bunch of hormones as well. So
Sounds like someone I know that I dislike talking to.